Let's go. Hello, YouTube. What's up, dude? I hope I didn't fucking spike the mic. Hi, welcome on in case you guys don't know who I am. I hope that you know who I am. My name's Ed. I'm a psychologist. I literally have my own little independent thing. I work in a nonprofit as well, doing groups and individual sessions. I do art therapy, play therapy. I do a lot of different versions of therapy because that's sort of what I'm trained in. Aside from that, the main purpose of this channel is not to be like, oh, whoa, no way, you know, any of those big things. Like, we're not an emoji reaction channel, and there are other emoji reactors out there. Nothing, no harm to them in any way, shape, or form. Every right in their own way. If you guys want to go check them out, you guys feel free. We will be pausing a lot. This whole channel is about mental health, stopping, analyzing, talking about the character's psyche, their mental health aspects, so on and so forth, because this show might be my favorite show ever, actually. I hate to be like this dramatic, but this like Arcane might take my like special like super duper LR slot and might be at the #1 place at the moment, because storytelling wise it beats a majority of anime and what they do in like 48 episodes, 24 episodes. Some of them take 12 episodes. And I feel like what we've seen in 6 episodes so far has been fucking phenomenal. And I am so excited. I love this show. I have some stuff to show, and we're going to go through it. This might be part 1. Letting you guys know, I just told them, if this goes over 5 hours, you guys might get this in 2 different parts. So this might be part 1 of the series, and then you guys might get part 2 of the episode 7 analysis later. And before we fully jump into it, before I hit the start button, I do want to talk about something. Somebody asked me, literally, why don't you watch the entire thing and then talk about it? Because that's bullshit. That is bullshit. That is literally taking someone's work, just being like, oh, aha, like doing Minecraft villager sounds and not adding anything into what we're seeing. The purpose is not to watch some, like, yeah, we're watching stuff together and we're analyzing it, but at the same time, it's about transforming it. It's about looking at it and quite literally being able to evolve with it and like look at the characters, take aspects of ourselves and so on and so forth, right? Another part of this is, I don't care, like, there are people out there who all they focus on is views, and that's why you have a lot of like hour-long episodes that are cut down to like 5-10 minute shorts, and a lot of them is just like all the hype moments. Mine's not about this. This is why 99% of all the videos on the channel are unmonetized. It's because it's about the mental health aspects. With all of that being said and done, I do want to go ahead and state, guys, I'm so excited for this episode, and we're going to get into 101 things. I'm pretty fucking sure it's 40 minutes. Let's go. Let me make sure you guys can hear it before I get... No sound? No sound? All right, let's go. I actually do find it like, because I know some people were like, oh yeah, that's, you know, it's Netflix thing. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. 110% right. However, I do find it interesting. Like, regardless of all of this, like, they still chose the centerpiece to tell their story, right? So even when it comes to an aspect like this, and this is exactly... Long story short, I had a session earlier today where they were talking about reflections of themselves, right? This person, this individual, looks in the mirror and sees another version of themselves. And that version of themselves is distorted. That version of themselves might be like sideways, might be upside down. It's like whenever, for example, if someone were to tell you to draw yourself, how would you approach that? A lot of people would take it literally and get the mirror and try and trace themselves in the aspect that they see of themselves. There were aspects, even for some of my friends, where they like broke their mirror and they didn't get a replacement, so they drew themselves in the cracked lines, and they were able to go ahead and like form different versions of themselves, where an eye was covered in this spot, another spot was somewhere else, and so on and so forth, because of the flipped imagery, you know, of the sensation that is still them, even if the mirror is cracked. Now, looking at this tale of 2 sisters, right? where one is quite like, and I think the big concept in this is still, I can't draw for anything. Like I'm gonna be straight up, my drawing skills are garbage. But like looking at the imagery that this is like show telling, right? Which is that sometimes like some of these characters may be right or wrong, depending on the way that the disc is played, depending on the time that this is rotating. For now, it looks like, Vi is looking up and is in the correct mirrors in an aspect like this. And then it shifts a little bit and all of a sudden it's Jinx that's looking up and that might be in the right while Vi is looking down. And I think that imagery, because they could have had both faces facing themselves and it would have been A-okay, but having that flipped image, amazing. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. Yep. Exactly. Long story short, I press X to doubt. It does not make long stories shorts. That's not his moveset. It's a special attack pattern, man. It's a special attack pattern. All right, let's go. Ooh.
I declare war on anybody standing in the way of what I dream for. How could you ignore the ones that are voiceless, scream from the poor? They only here to score. I do it for the underground kings that don't need more.
It's a shift. Holy shit. Dropping bars.
If I wonder why you got a pocket full of green for.
Oh.
It's all about the get back. It's hard to give back while the politicians kick back. They say I'm only brick rap. Well, that's the foundation of this mountain that I live at. I can get you kidnapped. These kids ain't playing with you, acting like you live rap. And all those little mishaps that only happen to you misfits. I'm here to fix that. Yeah.
So we're going to back it up just a little bit because the imagery in this is amazing, right? The imagery through all of this is quite literally like, I did not expect an opening like this, but like that was fucking fire, bro. Oh yes. Actually, anybody have the lyrics for this? Because I really want to dig in deep for this. Like, anybody have the lyrics for this? Because this is interesting. This is really, really interesting. So let me go ahead and take the time here. If you guys have the lyrics, just drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. You won't get punished. If you do, I'll make sure to like that gets taken off. Because that's really, really interesting. Oh, thank you. Knocked with it. Knocked with it. Let's go. Okay. We're gonna take a look at the video first, and then we're gonna jump into the lyrics real quick, right? Right off the bat. This is what I find amazing. So immediately, right? Granted, last time where we left off on episode 6, we saw that the I was about to say fireflies, that the firelights came through. Oh, is it in the getting it over it game category? Oh, it is. Masters, change it. All right, got it. We're good. There we go. So this is amazing, right? The firelights come in and it's a wholly like different vibe to it, right? Because we've seen the vibe that like both the individuals in the higher class and lower class have. With that being said, in of itself, isn't it interesting how it's quite literally like a revolution in of the music of itself? Like the music, what was hip hop and rap and rock and a lot of these elements seen back in the day? Let's take a quick little approach. All right. Let's take an approach through through that first musical perspective. What was hip hop, rap, rock, a lot of these aspects seen, punk seen back in the day? Anyone care to guess? They were outsiders. They were also revolutionaries for their time, right? During that first initial wave, there was a lot of pushbacks. It was the counterculture. It was the movement against what was already established. The underground, the oppressed, yeah. So that's exactly what I'm seeing off of this, and it's beautiful that they started off this introduction with a quick hit just like this. That is insane. Like, and it's beautiful. Like, and if we're gonna take this into consideration, we have gold and white for Piltover. We have red and blue, like, you know, and well, we can say purple as well for the shimmer for the underground, right? For the underlands and everything. We have green for this counterculture movement. Gold, white, blue, up high, you know, or like shimmering blue, aquamarine, right? Like, revolutionary. It's still the same thing. It's a counterculture, like essentially revolutionary movement there. Hip hop is still opposed in many places. Absolutely. So when we're looking at this, though, how do you feel about this? The first big thing is we see a big signifier that this is not following the same trajectory, the same line that we're used to. Hold on. I feel like I have something stuck in my throat. Let me... There we go. Perfect. Okay, let's continue. This freaks me out. The concept of time, right? I know it's a gear ticking. I know it's a gear. First thing I noticed was the goated artist. The second thing I noticed is it's a completely different vibe. It is. The gear ticking. It makes me wonder, how important is time to this group? If we were if I, so say that I as a wizard, right? I'm gonna use myself as a weird example here. Eliana or Riot or whoever wants to go ahead and be used in this example. Let's say that I were to have you here today, right? And I'm like, Riot, you're running out of time. I will give you time. I will give you more than enough time. I'm going to go ahead and send you back to the past. Or I'm going to go ahead and vibrate at a frequency where I can bring your past self here and try and separate you, Riot, from the older version that you are, the individual that you may be, versus the younger self, and you can send a message through time. What would you say to yourself? In therapy, because you guys are wondering, what the fuck are you talking about? In psychology, we have a lot of narrative and Gestaltian interventions. Some of these include the empty chair method, and even some include writing a letter to your past self to heal, because grief is one of the biggest, most traumatic aspects through that, right? I picked me. So this is why I'm throwing this out there for you guys. Is if I could go ahead and send you guys, like, you know, split, like, you know, open the gates of time and have a younger version of you and the older version of you, what would you tell yourself? And I'm really interested in a perspective like that. Because even when it comes to these characters like Vi, what would Vi tell her younger version of herself? Or even Powder, right? Like if I were to go ahead and grab some Powder and like, or Jinx, my bad, and like, you know, I will use my power and like, you know, separate time for you in order to go ahead and like for you to send the message to yourself. What would she say to herself? And would it be a good message or would it be a bad message? Buy Bitcoins. Needs to tell them to actually find the passion. Oh, but this is why I highlight it, right? And this even brings up the next question of through that little example that I was giving, which is, would that be you? Would that understate who you are? Like, would that be the person that you truly are? If I were to go ahead and do something like this, and we're talking about time because the gears sort of remind me of a dial. Sorry, I don't mean to go. It is what it is. You guys know what you got yourselves into when you came here. When we're talking about a situation like this, let's talk about it. If you were to see two different versions of yourself, right, through the concept that is the weirdness of time, paratemporal distortions, whatever, would that version of you still be you? Would you consider that younger version of you still you or not? Or would you consider them a past version of you and not the you that like they can be? I know that sounds silly for some people. It's like, yes, that person's going to go ahead and follow the exact same trajectory. But at that point in time, for me personally, I would consider us maybe two different people. Because this person here, yes, well, we may have the same upbringing, same style up to that age. After that point in time, they may not have like the exact same defense mechanisms developed, coping mechanisms, whatever. I have had to come, and I'm sure a lot of us have had to come as you age, with the ideal point that, like, you know, you've grown out of being a kid and you've grown into being an adult, and you have to have a happy medium in between adulthood, old age, and like still keeping that child version of yourself alive. What's up, dude? How you doing, Pika? It's just who I know. I could go back 4 years and my past self would not recognize me now. But let's take this a step further. Let's say you had a friend who you had not seen in 10 or 20 years. Or 5 years even. What's up, Forecast? How you doing? Would they recognize the you that you are today? And if you tried to hang out, would they have the expectations of hanging out with the you that you are today, or the you that you were then? That's some big shit. Those are big concepts to go ahead and tackle, you know? So like, and I genuinely mean that. What would you expect in a situation like that? Or what do you think people would genuinely expect? Seeing the time click like this, it makes me wonder how important time is to this organization, or how important it is for everything to start clicking and for them to start doing stuff to keep moving forward. You change yourself mentally when you hang out at a point, but because you've grown, like a lot of people, for example, I you know, as I mentioned, I do a lot of group counseling as well. Some of the conversations that we had is, how will I know that I won't fall back into it? And back into cycles of either substances or whatnot. And it's like relapse is a normal part of the process. Sometimes we relapse and we put on masks to try and fit in. However, as we grow older and we keep trying to change the cycle, we get new techniques and we can't fully put that mask back on because we're adding layers. We're adding so many layers. Imagine of like plastic, right? Or imagine of this Moshiko Tensei book, which thank you so much to whoever ordered this for me. I'm not going to read it just because I'm pretty sure these are like the chapters that we're in. But imagine adding so many layers. Like if I'm here, right, and you guys can hear me correct, here's my first layer of relapse. You guys can, okay? Second, fourth. Am I starting to sound a little bit more muted now? Am I starting to sound a little bit more muted now? Is it harder for you to try and understand me as I go deeper and deeper into this book? And this is what I'm trying to highlight, right? I'm trying to highlight the fact that when it comes to aspects of putting on a mask, when it comes to aspects of defense mechanisms and the layers that we start to place on ourselves, the harder it is and it becomes for us to like fully peel everything off, right? Number one. But number two, when we're hanging out with others, to fully let everything go as well. Schizophrenic phrase, I didn't trust anyone. Right. Well, I mean, one of the big things with schizophrenia that you might go ahead and see is like number one, paranoia, right? And other aspects like that. He's whispering sweet nothings to the holy relic. Yes, how do you know?
I declare war on anybody standing in the way of what I dream for.
I find it interesting how even the imagery makes it seem like really holy. Oh yeah, we can definitely wear masks that are identical to the old ones, Ellie. And that's a survival mechanism, you know, when we do stuff like that. Berserker, we just got started, mate. We just got started. I love the imagery here. Like, it makes it seem like a lot of those like big religious like halos and stuff that you see through this.
How could you ignore?
Is this a moth or is this like, what exactly is this? He's a king. Yeah, right. Or are they like the firelights? It's a firelight. Okay, well there we go. Thank you. That shows the level of my expertise with with animals. But that's where I'm like, a mask being thrown down and a firelight coming out of his eyes. It's almost, and bullets being sprayed down. Firelights ain't real, Ed.
They only hear the score. I do it for the underground kings that'll need more. I'm kicking down your door. If I wonder why you got a pocket full of green for.
That I find interesting. So the firefly, firelight, whatever, runs like, you know, there's a mask there, probably like an older kind of mask. Firefly, firelight, whatever, comes out of his eye, leaves, and then the change happens. All of a sudden, the all-seeing eye is being targeted by this group. All of a sudden, they're throwing paint and they're trying to go ahead and cover what is actually being seen. All of a sudden, people start to go ahead and form together and rise up in a moment like this. Not me jumping back. Oh, well, you do you, man. This is a fine song, but I mean, it's no playground. I mean, it's not, but even in aspects like this, what do the enforcers use to train? We saw what the kids used to train was an actual robot to fight with. But with this, they're actually using like an enforcer dummy, mimicking real life targets. Like this is really interesting, the way that it's showcasing this upcoming, how do I put it? Like upcoming, more open, more aggressive, this like rebellious group that is being showcased.
They say I'm only brick rap. Well, that's the foundation of this mountain that I live.
It reminds me of like Banksy. Is that the name of the artist?
It's all about the get back. It's hard to give back while the politicians kick back. They say I'm
We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
only brick rap. Well, that's the foundation of this.
And it's also like the foundation of hope, right? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Live at. I can get you kidnapped. These kids ain't about to get back. It's hard to give back while the politicians kick back. They say I'm only brick rap. Well, that's the foundation of this mountain.
You know what this reminds me of? Are these kids or teenagers or young adults as well, who have been suffered and or traumatized by the enforcers and weren't necessarily happen? I'm guessing that this group formed after Vander's death, right? And this is a group trying to go ahead and like counter all of that. But I wonder if this has any connection to any of the characters, and specifically, I wonder about the young Rizlord, you know, our young Boyo from earlier on, because this show revolves around the characters that we've seen so far. Everyone has played an important role, and I'm wondering what his role is going to be. And seeing the fact that this is highlighting aspects of what was hope, aspects of enforcers, aspects of death through a mask, and aspects of, like, for example, little man, you know it. So look,
I declare war.
even wearing the faces of like whatever this is, right? Little man only played a small little part. But think about it this way. Even the other kiddos that we've seen, we saw their deaths. We saw what happened to them. Every character so far that's been introduced has been reintroduced as well. So I'm wondering if we're going to get a portion. Maybe it's season 2. Maybe I'm fucking overshooting. I've noticed myself doing that a lot, guys. I'm sorry. I like overshooting, like thinking, oh yeah, this has to happen this season. And I forgot there's like a season 2 or whatever happening, right?
On anybody standing in the way of what I dream for. How could you ignore the ones that are voiceless?
But this is what I find interesting though. Hold on.
Body standing in
So being relaxed, being comfortable, king seat,
what I dream for.
we're written together, yeah, with each other in
How
mind.
could you ignore?
So while there was movement and there was stuff happening beforehand, nothing happens, right, until this mask, like sort of like the mask of a dead person, is down below and the firelight comes through, and then all this violence erupts. And it makes me wonder, what cycle have we seen like that? Where someone passes away, it activates someone, and boom, they start exploding through with it, you know?
The ones that
Look, comes out,
are voiceless scream from the
and all of a sudden, yeah, it might have been cool, but
they only hear the score.
uh-oh,
Do it for the underground
uh-oh.
kings that'll need more. I'm kicking down your door.
Once it flies away, everything breaks loose. Once it flies away, everything breaks loose. The working out, the dumbbell flies down, the weight that like people were trying to go ahead and like handle, literally in their hands, goes away, right?
If I wonder why you got a pocket full of green.
And the eye starts getting punished. We can even say this reminds me of like Silco's eye, even, right? If we're gonna go ahead and do that in that direction, right? Which it might be Silco's overseeing eye or something. in this symbolism, or the enforcers, or something.
It's all about the get back. It's hard to give back while the politicians kick back. They say I'm only brick rap. Well, that's the foundation of this mountain that I live at. I can get you kidnapped. These kids
What is Zon?
you acting like you live rap. And all those little
See, and they just continuously try and beat and cover and bloody the eye. For me, this symbolism of knowing, of knowledge, of whatever, is like, it's just growing and growing. And the fact that there's Shimmer there on fire, and he's just going over it like it's nothing. This is beautifully done. This is, Zon is the Undercity. This is like so beautifully, well, if he's known, if he's the Eye of Zon, then this is them literally putting it to the Eye of Zon, dude. And we're into it. That is amazing. That is fucking amazing. Being able to go ahead and like showcase what this group is about. Showcase so many little aspects so quickly. Just like that. That I can fuck with. That I can fuck with phenomenally. Oh, episode 3. Okay, yeah.
I knew it was a mistake trusting you.
You've been a real picnic yourself.
I'm not the one who walked us into not one, but 2 of Silco's traps.
This isn't Silco. It's someone else.
How do you know?
Because we'd already be dead.
Oh, very nice. When were you planning to tell me that your lunatic sister works for him?
Just as soon as you came clean about what the hell you're really doing down here.
I told you the truth.
Bullshit. What was that glowing stone? That's what I thought.
Yep.
What's going on?
Hey, stop! Get your hands off of me!
What is the base foundation for trust? What is the base foundation for trust, ladies and gentlemen? The base foundation for trust is truth, honesty, communication, and understanding. Thank you, Riot. Yes. The base foundation for trust is communication and understanding, as well as truth and honesty and all of these things. If we're not communicating properly, we're not being open about what we're communicating and trying to properly understand ourselves, can I trust you? Can there be that trust, right? Can't wait to see. Yeah. Oh, shit. True. And even through that, right, their vision is obscured, and we have so many aspects in there. The base violence for necessary communication. The foundation of trust is need. Nobody wants, but we all need to. Well, I mean, even through that weather, right? Like, sadly, not even sadly, but in this perspective, in this world that we're currently in, can you get away without communicating? Like, actually, like, and I mean verbally communicating or whatnot. To be honest with you, probably. I can probably order Uber Eats right now. I can go on Discord and have my social aspects met. I can play video games and have myself entertained that way. Can probably work from home and just do a bunch of like other stuff out there that's not necessarily like person-centered. So a lot of people can go ahead and start like isolating themselves in that aspect. And even through that, let's take it a step further, right? Wanting to trust is the only thing that creates trust. Not necessarily. Because you might want to trust somebody and you might end up in a very toxic situation like that. Because you might want to trust somebody, right? But if you're not open to establishing communicative patterns and understanding patterns and talk with honesty and openness, all of a sudden there's a big shift in there. And it becomes more and more difficult to riddle through the lies, right? Otaku, what's up? Otaku's... how you doing, Otaku? I hope you're doing well, man. I mean, propinquity works so that even if you don't want to trust, slowly open up. It does. However, there are limits to propinquity. There are snags in propinquity in of itself. Propinquity helps as long as you two are enabled in an environment together for a period of time. However, propinquity means essentially the more time that we spend with one another, the more that we can interact and like one another in our opinions. And, you know, we might start to feel fond of one another and we might start to grow, and a foundation of trust, even if we hate each other, starts to establish. However, propinquity can also be led astray by big events or situations. For example, a big death in my family, and they're like, don't trust masters. Am I going to trust you? Makes it a little bit difficult, you know? Even if we spend a lot of time together, my flags are raised. And all of a sudden, there's like countersway. Lena! Hello, Lena. How are you doing? Appreciate you being here. This I find interesting, though. The fact that they're both communicating with one another and they're both being open. Like, despite the mesh, right? They're both recognizing that both of them hid stuff. And I guess I'll open it up this way. If your best friend or a friend of yours, or even someone that was just like, hey, come along with me, you'll get paid 10 grand, but they kept information from you. And you kept, would you trust them? Especially if it was really, really big information that got you guys kidnapped?
Leave her alone! Let me go! Vi! Vi! Vi!
Probably not. Hey, yo. El chupacabra? El chupacabra? It's Batman! It's Batman! Oh no. No. El chupacabra. True. Yeah, trust does take time. Exactly. Oh shit.
You shy or just ugly?
Hold on, let's back it up just a second. Look at this. Look at this frame. Hold on. Yes, Otaku. Just the way that like everything is moving of understanding and whatnot. Right. First there's this barrier, right? In case you guys were wondering, I hate therapists with like I literally had to coach some people out of this. I hate therapists that do this, right? That like you're having a session with them and they're taking notes. Like this, like right in front of you. They have their clipboard out here and they're taking notes. Or they're like, all right, let me go ahead and right? Like, let me go ahead and type this in. So the reason why I'm saying that is because these are barriers. These should not be in your session. If they are, it should probably be off to the side where you don't feel as threatened. Here, we see Owlman, I guess, quite literally having his legs crossed and then opening it up completely, right? So there's a barrier in the way that we communicate. If I'm like this, what does this mean, guys? If I'm like this, would you approach me? Would it be easier for you to approach me if I have my hands crossed like this? It closes me off. It means I'm not ready to go ahead and have an interaction with you. It means it's not even necessarily avoidant. It's just a physical wall, right? It's cold. Exactly, Andy. It's like it's cold. It's hard. Like if you've ever gone out to a bar or club, whatever, right? And you notice people standing like that, it's harder for people to go ahead and approach. So let's go ahead and do this as well. When we use our body as like a language, nonverbal language, we see and understand a lot of things. I feel like Owlman, it's a defense or distance signifier. We all do it unconsciously. Like these are all nonverbal cues that we learn. So for example, here, I'll go ahead and do it like this. But okay, chat. Okay. I have my hand on my hip. Both hands on my hip. What does that mean? What does that mean? Say that you're coming home, right? As a kid, and your mom has both hands on her hips. She's looking at you. Or your father has... Oh, you see, people have already internalized, like, you know, different emotions that go through with that. It can be anxiety. It's just depending on culture applications, right? So this is why I'm highlighting aspects like this. Our nonverbal language means a lot, and in storytelling, it tells a lot. Look at this. Goes from having his leg taking up a lot of space, taking up a lot of command, and also saying that he is in charge, that there is this wall. Vi is just not having it.
You shy or just ugly?
And immediately, right? Maybe he was thinking, or maybe they were thinking of a way to communicate or start off the sentence or whatever. Hold on. Yeah, I know. But it's not like you guys didn't see much. So look. Wither, what are you talking about? We know each other perfectly.
You shy or just ugly?
So look, just like that. It's like you were thinking of saying something. Somebody says something. And I wonder how much this person knows Vi. Because nobody acts that way. And it's like, nobody acts that way that quickly unless you're trying to prove a point. So I'm wondering about their connection. And in fact, since we know that Vi has been locked up for so long. Who is he? Who are they? This tells me everything. Look, stand up. Puts his weapon down. Puts his weapon down. This is huge, dude. Silco, people with malicious intent would approach this otherwise. Silco would use his words to slither down, snakily, down whatever hatch he's planning. This guy doesn't do that. Ed is edging us, man. Who are you, Owlman? Tough.
You look good for a dead girl.
Is that Lil Man? Whoa, wait up. Is that Little Man? Is that Little Man? Is that Little Man? Fuck you, chat. Fuck you, chat. Fuck you, chat. Gaslighting individuals. Y'all are gaslighters. Yeah, dude, y'all are straight up gaslighters. Holy crap, dude. I never seen a man with the face paint. That was regular man. Nah, he's still Little Man in my heart. Oh, he's amazing. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hold on. Okay, stick with me here. Does Little Man accept Jinx? Little Man has been coming through here, starting shit up. There's Jinx. Powder. Oh my god. Who knows? Bro. Now it's Echo. Just Echo. Nah, Little Man. Little Man. He's always going to be Little Man in my heart, man. Oh, man. Because this is where my heart races to, right? Which is, where the fuck is this story going to go? Holy shit, guys. Jinx killed one of his people. Yeah, but you could... I'll put it this way. Say that one of my friends, right? That I know, like one of my best friends... Say that years have passed and I grew up with them. I know who they are as an individual. And then they're doing some bad shit. Wouldn't I try to help them? I feel like I would. I feel like I'd try to be like, this is not you. This is not who you are. Remember who you are. You are caring. You are loved. You are not this person that they make you out to be. And sadly, time changes people. And I wonder how this show is going to go ahead and take this. Is this show going to showcase, like, is Jinx going to go ahead and be like, you know what, you're right? Or if this interaction does happen, or is it going to be like, no, I am this person. This is who I am. Man, the fucking parallels in life is, oof. What if he did that already? True, he could have done that already, actually. True, off screen or whatever. Absolutely. What if they killed 5 of your friends? Oof. Oh, don't make my heart break further, man. Don't make my heart break further. All right, let's go.
Wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my
Victor and Jace can't die, right?
wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the story.
Right? Everyone dies, Ed. Like Victor and Jace can't die, right? Please?
My back is to the world that was smiling when I turned.
Why does it seem like she has a target on her head? Like, I get the religious imagery as well that's coming through this. But I'll showcase what I'm talking about in a second. Oh, the misery. Let's back it the fuck up a sec. Also, I gotta say this before we continue, if you made it this far. Guys, make sure to hit that like button, comment, subscribe. If you're lurking here, hey, give us a follow, dude. It's absolutely free. And if you have that Prime sub, dude, it helps a ton. It really does. I have a throne. I'm trying to get some better stuff, equipment, whatnot, Ko-Fi, so on and so forth. Y'all know the spiel. But specifically what I'm trying to get at here is there's something that's irking my mind about this. And I know we stop a lot, we talk a lot, but I also want to throw this out there. I don't know how some people watch this 40-minute episode and their entire reaction to it is like 15 minutes. Saga, thanks so much for the sub, appreciate it. Forest Walking, thanks so much for the sub, appreciate it. You guys are fucking goats. Goats. Fucking goats. But that's why I'm highlighting, this aspect right here, which is, oh, pissing me off. It annoys me so much that you have nothing to say. Right. And as SMW, no, exactly. I'm like, I don't get it. Or even like, for example, I was talking with some therapists about it because they were like, oh, you're watching Arcane. Other therapists and psychologists have done it too. And I'm like, cool, how long was it? Apparently someone watched all 9 episodes in like an hour and something. And like, that's all the analysis they gave for it. And I'm like, they're professionals, right? Like, because, you know, you were supposed to expand and give more than just TikTok, the stereotypical advice. Like, not even advice, but like, you know, go in depth. Who has something to say it best when they get some time. Yeah, exactly. Or other reactors or people out there. I'm just super curious because this show is like jam-packed. Like, that's the thing. Is this show is like jam-packed with so much information on every character. This is what I'm talking about. The light behind them. The light that hits him, Victor, and Mel scares me. Sloshy Acorn, thanks so much. Little of the episode. Trusting audience to already have watched and just discussed. That does save you runtime. This big glowing light makes it seem like... Have you guys seen Oppenheimer? Like, not yet. So some of the lighting effects, without going into Barbenheimer, yeah, some of the lighting effects, in case you guys don't know it, like when something big is going on or something that's like big and threatening or whatnot, you might see some lens flare, but it's also the light, the light of change. Yeah, the light of change, the light of everything. That's why I'm like, I'm not going to go into spoilers, but what I am going to showcase is like the light and how it's used to tell a story. Oh, Weather Voice. No. I like the way stuff is because I don't have time to edit. And I'm not the one that edits my videos. It's the moderators and stuff that throw it up there. And the whole purpose, this is why, for example, I'm sorry, never mind, I'll save it for a video that I'm doing. I have 101 things to say, and I think you guys will, when that video comes out, you guys will probably be like, dude, you went a little too deep for that one. But through this, light, this light is scaring me. This light is terrifying me. Because so far, I've seen it in Jason Victor, in the way that light revolves around them in this way, right? When it comes to Cupcake, it's a red light, which we can go ahead and assume it's due to her interaction with Vi. Magic. But this, it almost feels like there's a bomb that happened outside, or that's like rushing in. I know it's a holy light that's supposed to come in or whatever, but it feels like a big destructive energy is just like flashing its way in the similar light that Jason Victor had. However, it's like if Jason Victor were sitting on the sides, they would be like, you know, golden timed with this light. Well, she's just completely with like a mark on her head, if we're gonna put it this way, in a very, very like, what are you guys laughing at? Like, just like with the mark on her head, is essentially what I'm getting at. Without taking the religious aspects into perspectives, there's a mark on her head that's like filtered with like a cage of like, you know, windows and lies and whatnot. You wouldn't get it. The light of the outside world. Exactly. Thank you, Noct. It's like the pressure of the outside world trying to seep in by any means. That is huge. Is her house symbol. Is she the head of her house? If so, would anyone, like, how do people change like heads of houses then? Like, would anyone gun for her position then? It's the symbol of Sol. Oh shit. No. Who is this? This is Victor, yeah? This is Victor, yeah? Just highlight this for me. This is Victor, yeah? The cane. Is Victor going to be placed in a bunch of shimmer or something? Is he going to be injected with shimmer? Or is his cure for something going to be in shimmer? Whoa, hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Wait a minute. Everyone has a different color, and Victor's in... Oh. Is he falling over? Help! I've fallen and I can't get up. Call life alert. Everyone is fed. No. Ed is now looking at excuses to check out Victor. Look around yourself. People on the show really... This feels like one of those restart challenges every time. Oh, bro. Yeah. Amount of times cooked with this episode, the opening, too many. Okay. This reactor type thing in here. Is this Hex Tech? Because it looks very similar to the light that Hex Tech gives. So it makes me wonder, for Jace, right? Actually, for Vi as well. I found your channel on YouTube and since episode 3, Is Destroyer, let's go! Guys, drop some for Doritos for Is Destroyer for lurking since episode 3. Dude, you are amazing. Holy crap, hell yeah. You're amazing. Making hex text things. I know he was making hex text things earlier, but couldn't he implement that into like the other elements and stuff that he was making as well? Like the mining gloves and other stuff like that, right? Couldn't you go ahead and implement that into those things as well? And like, say you need to stop Silco and Jinx and everyone. Couldn't you go ahead and like, you know, fully categorize it and like, I was listening but not watching, and I thought the constant repeats was my internet being bad. Been lurking also. Best 3-hour analysis of Arcane. Oh, thanks, El Conquistador. Appreciate it. You're amazing. Oh, dude, no. Thank you. Appreciate it. You're straight up G, dude. Stands for Imperial Destroyer. That's why I'm like, I wonder what the winds of change are going to bring, but destruction as everything around is just flailing. Lo hicimos! We did it! We did it! Less time, because we've already analyzed the opening to death. Little man is angry. Oh no, little man. I mean, with everything, yes, but also, oh, no.
Echo? What do you know about this?
Nothing. What the hell is this all about?
What were you doing with Jinx?
Her name is Powder, and I just found her when you and your goons showed up. It's me, Vi. Same person who used to take you down to the junk heap and hose you down when you got covered in grease.
That was a long time ago.
Oh no.
People change.
Oh no. Oh no. Yes, people do change. Don't get me wrong. People change. Life makes us rough. And at times the way that we communicate with others is rough as well. However, what path have you set yourself on, Echo? Little man, I feel like you've gone on a path of revenge as well. That like, little man used emotional. He really did. But like, people change. People get married. People have kids. Some people may no longer be in our lives. People quite literally go, like, every day we're changing. In big ways. Some people take that first step to try and get a new car, to start the new step in their life. And through that, though, for Echo, I'm wondering, this symbol that you have on your face looks like a symbol of, like, you know those things where you would, what are they called? Like, filled with sand. Goes one way, and then you got to flip it the other way, and then you got to flip it the other way. Like, as it's, like, starting to, like, drain. Hourglass. Yeah, the hourglass. Thank you. I'm so, like, out there, guys. So, that's sort of what I want to highlight is, like, the hourglass figure on your head. Are you running out of time? What is the concept of time to you, Echo? Why are you doing this in such a rushed way that you even put an hourglass figure on your face?
Yeah, I'm getting that.
Are you working for Silco?
Fuck you.
I thought you were dead. Now you show up with a Pilty and give her a tour of the lanes?
You were following us. Why didn't you say something?
I didn't know if I could trust you.
So you
Yeah.
just come out swinging?
Gee, I wonder who I learned that from.
Oh, well, you should have learned more. You still punch like a little boy.
And you still block with your face.
Ooh. Ooh.
I remember when you wouldn't stand up to me. I missed you, little man.
Little man, no. Oh, you can't say that. Hold on.
How long have you had those off?
How long have you been whining?
I'm gonna break my fucking keyboard, dude. I'm gonna break my fucking keyboard here. Oh my god. You don't just hit me with the feels like this. You don't hit me with the feels like this. What the fuck, show? You're doing to Echo what you can't do to Powder. Bro. Vi is... Oof. In a big way, though, even through this, his emotions and the way that this is showcased. Some people... Okay. I'll throw it out this way because a lot of people aren't comfortable talking about it. How many of you have cried for help internally? How many of you, even with your family members around, are crying for help internally? You can't show it elsewhere. You can't express it because that's not how your family shows for help or whatnot. But inside, you're like, can anyone, any of my friends, someone notice a sign and whatnot? And on the outside, you're trying to be tough. You're trying to keep up your exterior and trying to see like nothing's wrong. But in the inside, we're crumbling apart. We're trying to ask like help. I'm still here. I'm trying to maintain this facade that we've built, but it's crumbling. Because that's the thing is a lot of people don't talk about their feelings. A lot of people don't know how to communicate properly. A lot of people struggle with the basics of communication. And when it comes to an aspect like this, though, and this is why it hurts. This is why this hurts. Even in this confrontation, even through everything, what we're seeing here slowly and surely is someone just confused but asking for help. Look, I want you guys, like, we're gonna rewind it, and I want you guys to pay attention to like the distance and how it's closed. How we as individuals, even non-verbally, close distance. We challenge that distance, and then it's fully on through. Let's look at it, right?
And I just found
She's chained up.
her when you and your goons showed up. It's me, Vi. Same person who used to take you down.
Tries to close the distance. Very similar tactic that we saw a couple episodes ago where individuals close distance by getting closer and or further away. In a scenario like this, yes, she is built up with emotion. She's probably working her way out of these things, but she's trying to close the distance. She's literally trying to go ahead and break this wall that he has built. This wall where you are crying, where you're asking for someone to go and be there.
And hose you down when you got covered in grease.
What does he do? She challenges.
That was a long time ago. People change.
Yeah.
He does not take a step back. He does not take a step forward. Non-verbally, what does that mean? Yes, Vi is... Okay. Anyone giving shit to Vi, come find me after school. Anyone giving shit to Vi for any reason, come find me after school. I don't even give a fuck, dude. I love Jinx. I love Powder. I love all of these people, but I've seen enough people shitting on Vi that I'm like, bro, you hold on. Yeah, I'm like, Vi is blunt, but Vi is a realistic character. It's such a good character to go through in like her emotions and whatnot. He's neutral. Could go either way depending on the stimulus. Riot, you're right on the money. Your Forest, we're right on the money. You're right on the money. He's neutral. being neutral in an environment like this, where you're in a position of power, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? Genuine question. You are in the position of power. I'm approaching your space and you're being neutral. What does that say? What am I picking up off of that, right? And it's just the immediacy, right? The immediacy that, like, you know what? You're not taking a step back and you're not taking a step forward. So me being at this distance, right? The distance that I tried to go in and do was not enough to scare you. Therefore, you are okay with me. Therefore, that amount of distance and or closer is still okay because you are not backing away. There is not a significant, and this is just nonverbal communication when it comes to aspects like this, right? That's amazing. The way that this character and Vi and Echo, Little Man are challenging one another, and Little Man's just trying to get explanations, but Vi is trying to, like, you know, Little Man's trying to get answers, but Vi is just trying to be there for him. This is like something that you don't see in a lot of fucking shows. This is why this is amazing. This show's like, look.
I'm getting that.
Are you working for Silco?
Fuck
Does not take a step forward.
you.
I thought you were dead. Now you show up with a pilty and
If you see, it's not a step forward or a step back, it's a step sideways. There's an imaginary fence line happening right here. There's an imaginary fence line happening right here. And he's not taking a step forward nor a step back.
toward the lanes.
You were following us. Why didn't you say something?
Slowly getting closer. So like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, it's just like a slowly getting closer, walking back and forth on this line, slowly edging in.
I didn't know if I could trust you.
So,
Beautiful. Oh my God. Like, I feel like I'm fucking orgasming just watching this scene and seeing the power dynamics here. Yes, confrontation can be all up in your face. However, we're seeing a child leader. We're seeing a difference, not so much a child leader anymore, between Echo and Silco. Silco, very commanding of the room. He can be sitting down and he'll command the room. Silco can use his words to go ahead and make sure that everything comes down the way that he wants. Of Kate slowly getting closer to Vi when she was behind bars trying to get a read on her. Yeah, absolutely Rainy Rains. Oh, that name. Dude, I love your name. But yes, like, even with the aggressive side, like, hand language, you would expect. And when I have time, Cool Fact Fam, and when I can do it, like, I don't, like, I'm in my finals week, so I can't really do a lot of, like, self-editing or viewing and stuff. But when I have time, I'll approach it. But this is why I'm saying, like, even with the aggressive, like, language, he's not taking up more space. He's not going in there to be physical. He's maintaining that distance, that neutrality. Interesting read on people.
Just come out swinging?
Gee, I wonder who I learned that from.
Oh, you should have learned more. You still punch like a little.
Okay, now he backs up.
And you still block with your...
There we go. And you still block with your face. Little boy is a ping. Little boy is a ping, right? That sounds really wrong. But like referencing your childhood is a ping. It's a ping to try and see where you are emotionally available, right? So for example, if I'm like, Vi would put on a sleeve if she wasn't wearing one. He's out of line. Oh, absolutely. But let's talk about it this way. I'm trying to challenge you. I'm trying to see if the person that I knew is still there. I would be like, not. Dude, you're still that, like, you know, remember we were playing Super Smash Bros. And I would kick your ass with Snake? You're still the kid that only picked Kirby and kept falling down, man. No reaction to it. I know for a fact that you are okay with it and you have started to move on. Reaction to it, there's still a ping to it. You know. I have triggered you. I've triggered something in you to react to what I've said. So therefore, you are more open to like actually having this conversation. This is where it's awesome. Like this form of communication pattern.
You just come out swinging?
Gee, I wonder who I learned that from.
Oh, you should have learned more. You still punch like a little boy.
And you still block with your face.
So look at this diffusal.
Toward the lanes?
You were following us. Why didn't you say something?
I didn't know if I could trust you.
So you just come out swinging?
Gee, I wonder who I learned that from.
Oh, well, you should have learned more. You still punch like a little...
Hold on. Oh, hold on. ¿Qué pasó? Well, hold on. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. When your parents come and chill at your place because it's cooler and they're like, "Hey, I got this message from Walmart saying I won a free TV. Is this real?" And it's like, no, don't trust any messages, any random like Are we gonna get a goal? Not tonight. I think he was helping out with some building something outside. No, it's not. I know.
And you still block with your face.
Let's look at this though, real quick. No, use Truecaller or something, dude. That's what I've been telling him. Isn't the font usually in like the weird fancy looking one to make it more obvious? Wait, for what? Okay, I want to highlight this. Look at the way that they both de-escalate this. They both look at each other and they both sigh.
You just come out swinging?
Gee, I wonder who I learned that from.
Oh, well, you should have learned more. You still punch like a little boy.
And you still block with your face.
What does that remind you of? This de-escalation. What does that remind you of? For me, I'm going to be straight up. This de-escalation reminds me of little kids. These de-escalation reminds me of when two little kids argue and they can't find a common ground. They're just like, whatever, right? Most adults, sadly, who don't know how to communicate properly, even after that, that's their thing. It's like, they'll just like try and sigh it out before continuing the conversation instead of like, okay, you might need a little bit of time or whatever, right? This is a great pinging. Like, if you ever need to show someone an element of like how pinging works in psychology, right? Of like, even in conversations, excellent tool to go ahead and use it. Pinging. Like, there's so much friction, so much everything happening, and then just a release, right?
I remember when you wouldn't stand up to me.
There we go. He just takes it at that point. They're kids, dude. They've grown. Time has changed them. But deep inside, there's like, there's still that ragtag group that was trying to go out and get some stuff.
I missed you, little man.
How long have you had those off?
How long have you been whining?
Oh, no.
Fascinating. I would very much like to see the device. This hex core.
That may be difficult to arrange.
He looks like a monster, dude. I wonder if the more that he messes around, like, how does he view burn scars? How does he view other people? Does he still view them as like other humans or other, like, of the same species? Does he view them as normal individuals or not? Does he have empathy at all or not? Ooh, man.
I would very much like to see the device. This hex core.
That may be difficult to arrange.
Victor.
I tried every combination of runes, but It's always the same. The subjects wither and rot.
Perhaps the error resides not with your calculations, but with your subjects. Nature has made us intolerant to change, but fortunately, we have the capacity to change our nature.
And this is Shimmer?
A variant. It should provide everything one needs to survive a violent transition.
Will it work on plants?
You won't hear about the plants, are you? I know the look of a doomed man.
No. No. The opening is true. No. The opening is true. Is my man about to use Shimmer and go in there with Hextech and Hextech Shimmer himself? I can't even begin to imagine the side effects. Bro, oh no. No. Remember your deep breathing. Oh no. Oh no, dude.
I must warn you. If you take this path, they will despise you. Love and legacy are the sacrifices we make for progress.
No.
It's why I parted ways with Heimerdinger.
So he was with Heimerdinger.
Jace will understand.
Perhaps.
Victor, dude. Victor. His eyes, dude. That's no longer white. That's purple, brother. Oh, you've fallen. Victor the Fallen. Victor. But I mean, I guess I'll ask. This is what brings up good discussions, right? Would you? If you were dying and they offered you a solution or maybe a way out or maybe something that could help elongate your life, would you? And that's, yeah, that's why I'm depends on what it is. I think I would. Absolutely, yes. I'll take it a next step because and this is a common morality question that is often asked out there, right? Hold on. If your partner, someone that you really love and care about got really, really sick, and the doctor has one antidote left, and they want to give it to a random patient that comes in, right, to their office, and you see it that the doctor is not paying attention to it, do you take it and save the person you love? Or do you let the doctor do what needs to be done? And risk your partner or family member or loved one pass away? Hextech versus Shimmer. Save the person you love any day, champ? Okay. What about for the rest of you? This is why I'm throwing this out there, because for me it's like it's also the self-preservation technique of legacy as well. How much do you have to offer? Kiryu, dude, welcome on in. I appreciate you. No worries. Thanks so much for being here. You're GOAT. Is this a poll? Actually, can we make that a poll? Are there any mods? Mod check? I would take it myself and be a chaotic evil. Mods, are you in there? Hello. Everyone, mod check the mods real quick. Okay. Can you make a poll real quick about what would you do? Would you go ahead and A, take the vial for yourself to heal your loved one, or B, let the doctor do with the vial whatever he needs to do? I ask these questions because they're difficult questions to go ahead and consider, right? With the Shimmer, though, and with aspects like this, especially seeing his eyes already starting to glow purple, man, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that for Victor, he might still be welcomed in, it might still be all love and whatnot, but what does that change fundamentally? Nothing to lose. Cross staves. I mean, it's up to you. This is your loved one, not mine. This is your loved one. Are you willing to go the extra mile and take this away from from another person that might need it? or would you save your loved one? And that's the number one thing is, what would you do? What would you take? Kiryu, thanks so much. Dr. Mr. Culturist. I love your now. Oh, Kiryu, I appreciate you a ton. You're an absolute goat. Thanks so much for the 100 bits, man. You're a legend. Here's some hearts. Here's some Doritos. Thanks so much. By the way, if you don't mind me asking, Kiryu, what episode did you, or video did you come in with? All right. The poll is now back up and live, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you vote. Would you take the vial and save the loved one, or would you let the doctor choose? If possible, I would like the person I love to decide. Well, they can't. They're passing away. It's up to you. It's up to you to make that decision. You see the vial unattended for. It's gonna go to someone regardless, but it's not gonna go to the person that you want. Essentially. Been following you on YouTube. Oh well, thanks a ton. Man, the worst limit is. Yeah, I know. It's a big restriction in that. So far, 40% of you guys say take the vial. 60%, 57% of you guys say let the doctor choose. If it was my dad and he found out what I did, I think he would be mad that I made that choice. I mean, there's implications towards everything, right? But, Kiryu, like, what episode or what series, if you don't mind me asking? Whoever isn't an adult, if they're both teens, you don't know. You don't know what that's going for. So this is where that aspect of responsibility and, like, personal quest and happiness and all of these things come into being. This is amazing, because for Victor and of myself, after, like, you know, once this poll is done, would you save your legacy if you have a lot to live and give for? Would you fight for your legacy? Is this something that you would be passionate about to try and go ahead and grow and foster something huge and, you know, whatnot? Would you fight because you still have, like, so many ideas still left, or would you just be okay with, for example, right now, 1 week from now, you will pass away. We use this example, right? You're playing League of Legends. Oh, dude, I have Wild Rift downloaded on my phone. Still need to play it. 1 week from now, say that you are to pass away. You can take this and live, or you can accept your fate. Are you willing to accept your fate? V! Senora V! Senora V! Senora V! Everyone, drop some Doritos for V, ladies and gentlemen. Drop some love and support for V being here. Hi, V. What's up? How you doing? Show some love and support for V, ladies and gentlemen. An amazing content creator. Go show her all that love and support, and, you know, go show her where to get some milk. She's absolutely adorable and incredible content creator, guys. You guys should definitely check her out. I don't know what else to say. Milk. But how's your stream be? I hope it was well. We are, in case you guys don't know, hi, my name is Ed. You guys probably see me as Psyculturist in Chaos or V streams. I'm a psychologist into analyze anime, video games, everything in between. And we're currently analyzing Arcane. And we're asking a tough question is, if a doctor, say that a loved one, family member, whatever, was really, really sick, and they needed a specific antidote to live, right? There's one vial left in the entire world, and the doctor is going to give it to one random patient. He leaves it unprotected. Do you take that antidote and, like, use it for your loved one, or no? Do you let the doctor use it on whatever random person he needs to use it on? Ladies and gentlemen, that is what we are asking at this moment. Ed, the psychometrist, yeah, right? Family before morality. I've been suffering from medicine changes. I'm kind of unwell lately. Oh, V. Oh, do you need some milk? Is like the... No, well, that's a... Victor had already made up his mind if you're going to change the world, don't ask for permission. But I mean, realistically, true. I hate to put it this way, right? Your new gear is crisp. I'm loving it. Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, V. You're an absolute legend, right? V the legend. Not as... Well, I mean, Chaos's microphone is crisp as well. But I was going to say, through this, though, you have to make up your mind, and you have to be ready to confront the dangers that may come from this and the criticisms that will probably come from this as well. I'm curious if he's going to have as many implications as I'm sure the lanes have. V, have a good night. Stay safe. Appreciate ya.
If you take this path, they will despise you. Love and legacy are the sacrifices we make for progress. It's why I parted ways with Heimerdinger.
Jace will understand.
Perhaps.
Take the purple pill. Zaddy Jace, wait a minute. Daddy, sorry.
Hammerwork is such a delicate art.
Because you know he can lay down that pipe. You've seen his hammer work firsthand. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, I'm just saying, brother. Hey, oh. Hey, yo.
Hammerwork is such a delicate art.
How'd you find me?
You're the de facto head of the council. People notice where you go.
Don't remind
God.
me.
This border shutdown has people agitated.
They should be.
Marcus brought this to me. It's an explosive. I tried taking it apart and it nearly killed me. Whoever built it knows exactly what they're doing.
Shit.
This?
Oh,
and
shit.
Hammer. It's hard to believe what they're capable of.
Is that what's really bothering you?
It's hard to believe what they're capable of. You sure about that? They destroyed your entire house in episode 1. You sure that a small, explosive grenade? Yeah, how about the cancel? Ooh. Well, that was a bomb he made. That doesn't get... Oh, who could have said these uneducated low lives know nothing about technology? Ah, man.
And Shimmer. It's hard to believe what they're capable of.
I mean, yeah. Your friend is dying. All of this stuff. What happens? What do we do as individuals? Using only what they found there. True. Let's talk about it. When someone passes away, even like... I'll share this. I'll share this, and this hurts to share. Doing end-of-life therapy hurts. Doing end-of-life therapy and being there with an individual in their final weeks, lives, like days, whatever, right? It hurts. It's not an easy process for anybody. And the family has to go through a grieving process. A grieving process that their life is soon to come to an end. A grieving process when their life comes to an end. And then the recovery process afterwards. That's what healthy grieving is. I'll share this story because for me, at first, when I first started doing end-of-life therapy, I was always dumbfounded by this response. We'll call him Charles, right? Grandpa Charles has a month or so left. His family would come and visit him every week or so, like one day a week for a couple of hours. Or sometimes it would be like every day, especially lately before this diagnosis came by. It was like almost every day. Like Grandpa Charles here has, like, his memory is coming and going, but he can tell you wonderful memories about his time serving in the military and 101 other aspects. We'll leave it like that. He has his favorite grandson that he literally brought up since he was a child. This grandson is 30, early 40s, and he's been growing a lot. Like, he's the one that's trying to been there. He has like literally seen him grow up and whatnot, because whatever happened, family couldn't necessarily take care of the kid, so he stepped up to the plate even at his older years, took care of this kid. This kid comes and visits him every day. When the situation happens that it's finally announced that Grandpa Charles is soon to go, what happens? What do you think happens? He stopped visiting. He stopped visiting. Every day when we would have our sessions, he would ask, is he coming today? Oh, but I gotta see his face. He's amazing. Oh, I gotta tell you this story about when he was little. For 5 p.m. closing hours for that establishment, his face would go sad and he would retreat into the night. The next day, sun would rise. He's excited. Maybe it's today when he's going to come, so on and so forth. Doesn't appear. His final day, his mind is coming in and out, it happens, end of life. He appears. However, and this is what I'm saying is, he mentions that he had been drowning himself in work. He literally, because of this, he ran, and he apologized for running. He was working non-stop, would come out of work, would go to a bar, would drink himself till the morning, would shower, go to work, do that all over day in, day out, because you're losing a loved one. He was processing grief in a process like that. He was flying, he was whatever, and he comes back in that final moment, because I gave him a call, and I was like, look, dude, if you have anything to say, this might be your last chance. And this is me just being straight up. I know you're going through a grieving process and everything. It might be denial and whatnot, but this might be your last opportunity. Comes running, literally like flying through the door to see his grandfather. Rushes in. Grandpa's face, he sees him and he's like, he lights up. It's a beautiful smile. And, he's touching his face. He's like, where have you been? Like, I'm searching for you. And like, it's this big moment, of like whatnot. He's like, I've been busy with work. However, grandfather was now talking to his father and imagining the semblances of his grandchild to how his father looked. And at the very last moment, because things come and go. He's like, oh, it's you. I've missed you too. And he just said, be good. The grieving process starts. A man who later on, conversational-wise, family therapy-wise, all of that, comes through and says, you know what? I wish I didn't drown myself in work. I could have enjoyed these last couple of weeks, this last month or so, spending time with him, making these memories with him, and celebrating his life with him. But instead, I drowned myself in my own sorrows and excluded everyone out. Yeah, I know it's a tough subject to hear, but grief is trauma. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Grief hurts. And like grief, you don't have to take grief on with yourself. And I'm going to be straight up. If you are going through a grieving period, seek out professional help. I always state this in every single video that I can. Like, don't get me wrong. If you need a community, a safety place, people to chill and like tell your story or whatnot, this community is there for you, but it is not a replacement for professional help, right? These videos are to gain an understanding of ourselves and be able to go ahead and like learn and grow and all of these things. But I want you guys to be in a healthy state where you guys can find that help that you need and not be too late, and understand that even though we're grieving, and even though sometimes we might be in denial, we might run, we might do 101 other things, we have the capacity for change, and we have the capacity to literally be there and celebrate people's lives, even in the grieving process. Man, I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to go that deep, but that just reminded me of that story, and it hurts. It hurt so much that I was like, wow. Oof. Knox says I was too YouTube brought me official toast. Welcome on in. Appreciate you being here. I was too exhausted to get even out of bed to say goodbye to my mom. I had worked the night before, driven 4 hours to be in the hospital all day, and then when we hit the call at midnight, she was going. I couldn't even physically move to be there with her. Oh, knocked. How was that for you? Guys, how you guys doing? Are you guys doing okay? I know that was that was one heck of a little thing. I know it was deep. Quick check-in. Are you guys doing okay? Official test. Hi, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well, mate.
Is that what's really bothering you?
He was my mentor, Mel. And I betrayed him.
Everything you said about him was true. My family cast me out, and yet part of me still loves them.
Oh.
Heimerdinger will understand eventually. It's your time now, Jace. No more red tape. You can bring Hextech to the masses, just like you've always dreamed.
First, I have to save Victor.
Where is he?
You're right, Forrest walking.
He disappeared. He does that sometimes. No sign of Caitlin either.
The Kiraman girl?
It's just... never mind.
Hey, we'll get through this. I'll stall the council, but they'll soon need their leader.
Bro, the way that she's pushing this, though. I know what she's trying to do is good. In the aspect of trying to go ahead and, like... Yeah, when a lady knows what she wants. Like, trying to go ahead and push him into this position of power that he needs to be. But sometimes... Especially when you're lost. When you're trying to find an answer by yourself, it's like it's pushing your dream onto him and making it feel like it's his dream. Jace can be a really, really powerful individual if he wants to be. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And if you make that horse drink, he might hate you. Jace just wants to science. Yeah. Yeah.
In the meantime, try not to lose your nuts.
But they were inside you. They were inside you. His nut was inside you. Oh, God. Not like that. Wait, never. That came off worse. That came off worse. Sorry. Hey, anytime, any place. Oh, God. Oh, God. And, nani kure. Hey, yo. Great wording. I mean. Master of the wordage, you know it.
All our business is down. Enforcers are searching anyone who crosses the bridge.
Marcus is following my orders, preventing Vi and Caitlin from returning.
Or he's finally flipped. The Chem Baron scheduled an assembly.
I've had enough headaches.
It didn't sound like a request. Where are you going?
I need to find Jinx.
Sir.
Are you sure about that? Silco is starting to lose his composure. Silco is not the calm, cool, collected man. He stuffed out his cigar. Silco, there's trouble happening. There is trouble happening. And seeing the way that Silco's moving, it makes me wonder. See that? I'm going to use it this way, right? We're going to use the Gestalt technique. If I were to put Jinx in this chair, I'd be like, Jinx, take a seat, right? And on one aspect, I were to put Silco. And on the other aspect, I were to put Vi. And I'd be like, Jinx, what do you want to tell each one? Who, if in a situation like this, they're both seated down, they're both can't say anything, they can only look at you. They can only look at you like, you know, we got to put the establishment where Jinx is in a position of power. Where Jinx is in a position where she needs to go ahead and feel like she has some aspect of control. Because I know we talked about aspects of control beforehand. if we were to go ahead and split this, right, where in one aspect, say, Vi is sitting like right there, right here. She can only nod her head or move her head or whatever. And on the other side, you have Silco, and I'm like, Jinx, if you could ask them anything, what would it be? What would you want to tell them? What would you tell Vi if you could say anything uninterrupted? What would you tell Silco if you could say anything uninterrupted? Who would you choose knowing this? Why? I wonder, my mind goes through like 101 possibilities. Because that's like, in a healing aspect, you need individuals like this. You need the opportunity to heal, right? As he already did, he killed a man with his own fist, like the council, but he's corrupt and responsible for suffering. So this is why I'm highlighting this, is because when it comes to aspects of healing, sometimes you need confrontation, and sometimes you need to go ahead and do this. And in case you've never done it, I know it sounds silly. I know it sounds silly, because every single time I've tried to do this, people have been like, oh, is this going to be silly? Like, you want me to talk to an empty chair? Or like, you know, sometimes, especially if it's a kid, it's easier if you put a doll there or like a staff member or a person there, because it makes it more credible for them. Yeah, go ahead. Unleash all of your feelings. What does that mean? So, it like, people express themselves. And in case you guys have never tried it, honestly, if you ever go to a professional, to a psychologist, a therapist, try it out. Sage, thanks so much for the sub. How you doing, Sage? Thanks so much for everything. Talk to an empty chair and during Clint Eastwood. Yeah, I mean, the empty chair technique is wonderful. Thanks so much for the stretch. You're amazing, Sage. What's up? How you been?
What? I got more in common with cave lice than Jinx. But let's just say I didn't always see eye to eye with my old man.
And?
Oh.
She'll come to you when she's
ready. Yep. Mm-hmm. And that's true. Jinx, love you too, Sage. You're wonderful. Overprotective parents, when they hover around their children and not letting, like, I've had discussions with many different types of parents, right? One aspect of parent is the avoidant type. They're never there for their kids. They're always working. And they're usually the ones in group counseling, you know, when I'm doing group counseling for the kiddos, that are like, Mr. Ed, can you be my dad? And it's like, no, like, you know, like why, what's going on? Tell me more about that, so on and so forth. And they're like, my mom and dad are never home. And it's like, I only eat when I go to school. And you hear all of these horror stories, all of these like aspects of what they're going through because their parents are so engrossed in work that they don't even like actually hire a babysitter. They're like, you're 7 years old, you're 8, 9 years old, you can take care of yourselves. You don't need anyone to come in and check on you. We'll be back at 8 p.m., 9 p.m. We'll chat with you for an hour, maybe, if that, if I'm not too tired to go to bed, and we'll start the day over again. Oof. And the memories that they have are only limited to the vacations that they take from time to time. Yeah, guys, please don't put other characters down. Like, Vi is amazing. All these characters are amazing, ladies and gentlemen. It's hard to be a working parent. It is hard to be a working parent. No one's going to downplay that. But at the same time, like, a kid is a kid, and it's not a pet, and even a pet deserves love, you know? So making time for your kid and making time to be there is huge, right? But at the same time, for example, overprotective parents. If you've had overprotective parents, how has that been like for you? For a lot of, like, even my own experiences, it can be suffocating. It can be too much, where you're feeling like you're about to break down and cry, and your overprotective parents make it seem like you can't even have that. You can't have an aspect of peace and or tranquility for yourself because they trying to go ahead and like correct that behavior. People will come to you when they're ready. People may never come to you, and you also have to be okay with that. But as a parent, as a guardian, give people space. Give your kids space as well. A healthy amount of space. Not like forever space, but the amount of space that when they're comfortable, they're able to come to you and talk to you. Anyway, sorry. Oh, man. Jinx!
I didn't lose her. They took her.
She cares about the enforcer. You're sorry.
She was there for me, not the enforcer. Remember her name. Why would I remember her name?
This is interesting. Are the voices coming from outside or are they coming from within? Hold on. I'm getting something. We're doing this. Fuck it. We're doing this. Are the voices coming from outside or are they coming from within? Ladies and gentlemen. By that, I mean, is it just a bunch of voices that we don't know who they are, blah, 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 or are they voices that we've known from our internal environment that are speaking to us and we interact with them? Do they change our states and do we interact differently with those states that are present? Yeah. There is an outside. The difference between outside and within is outside. It's hearing a bunch of voices like get up. No, that person hates you. It's a bunch of different voices. You don't know. You can't identify where the voices come from. I.e., it sounds like a bunch of different people's voices telling you like, no, what you're wearing is stupid. Like, oh, it's like the intrusive thought moments, but it's a bunch of people talking, people that you've never even met, essentially, within or usually individuals. That are, essentially there, like Milo, right? Fun fact, just because you're hallucinating doesn't mean you don't know that it's hallucinations. What? A lot of people are aware of their auditory hallucinations, though it can be real. So yeah, a lot of people, like, it blends in. For some people, it blends in with reality so often that they have a hard time distinguishing stuff. I'm going to go ahead and share this, right? So, for example, what are you talking about, Senor Pinguino? I don't know what you're saying. Senor Pinguino, I didn't mean it, Senor Pinguino. She was there for me, Senor Pinguino. Senor Pinguino, like, you have to understand, I'm there for them. No. It's not true. It's not true. She was trying to go ahead and betray me. But Senor Pinguino, no, I can't. You want to fly? What I'm trying to get at is the anthropomorphication of a different state of mind, of a different personality. Not even a different personality, but a different state of being, right? An altered state highlights many aspects. And I actually want to go ahead and showcase this, right? Because this might fit in perfectly with all of this. I use Senor Pinguino because we see her bunny there, and as an aspect of the glitchy memory, the altered state, and also the barriers that we sometimes put in for those triggers and whatnot. I want to showcase this because I think this might make you guys go like, wait, what the fuck? I debate inanimate objects all the time. So there's a difference between like debating with like internally using something as a reference point versus it having like, voices that talk to you and so on and so forth. So let me show you guys this. This is a story. I'm going to use it this way. I went into my vault. I picked this up. Let's go ahead and call her Lily. Lily and Glitter. Right. We'll go ahead and do it this way. Lily, in a long story short, has BPD with DID symptoms, DID symptomology. Lily is a wonderful individual. She is like 20-something years old, incredible, like super duper, super duper, like smart, intelligent, knows every psychology intervention you could ever think of. They're insanely smart. They're able to go ahead and like you throw out an intervention, they're like, oh, I see what you're trying to go ahead and go for, and so on and so forth. Like Lily and Glitter, both of them are phenomenal individuals and whatnot. Lily at a young age suffered through various persistent traumas, environmental trauma, many forms of trauma, sexual, physical, you name it, right? They suffered grief at an early age where they lost a parent for a long time, like in terms of like not just losing them by distance, but also like literally losing them. They suffered lots of different forms of like internal oppression and whatnot, and they tried separating themselves, and they've been in and out all over the place. Long story short, I want to showcase this as an aspect to try and get your guys' capabilities of this, right? Lily, growing up, went through a lot. Lily had to survive in this world, in this environment that she's in. So Lily made a new name for herself, or actually her friends made a new name for her. Her name turned to Glitter, because glitter is out there, is out in front of people's faces, is a defense mechanism that she can use to be expressive and explode out there and, literally be all over the place. And, people love glitter, right? So this is what glitter is. So I'm going to show you guys what I mean by this and what I mean by like different states, right? So, for example, this was done by glitter. I'm going to try and get it closer to the camera. This, it doesn't have their name or anything. Of course, HIPAA protections. Was done by glitter. It is a very intricate piece of artwork. Not done by me. I suck at drawing, as you guys can tell. Right? Pretty intricate. Everything has its place. Everything has its location. They're able to go ahead and build this out. This was done by Lily. Lily makes everything, all of her toys, Senor Pinguino, would probably be scribbled with aspects like this. Her game controller would have aspects like this. You're like, wait, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Wait, what the fuck? I can tell. I told him to go ahead and, just really quickly, draw me an aspect of a face, right? Draw me an aspect of a face. One's child and one's an adult, like, yeah. Can't even pretend. Then I asked him, one of them is a face, right? Hold on. I'm trying to get this to highlight well. I might have to turn off light. Hold on. All right, here we go. It's not even like the movie Split. I'll tell you guys why. And this is the other one, right? Then I asked him, because they have audio and visual hallucinations as well. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? How does this feel? How does this look like? How do you, because I've seen them, for example, we saw Lily's drawings on stuff. We saw the way that Lily paints, right? In comparison. Lily, glitter. Lily, glitter. So I asked him, how do these, I've seen you do a lot of drawings similar like this, and you talk to them. You talk to them when you have the opportunity. Tell me, what do these symbols mean? Each one of these are a different trauma point that they've had. Each one of these represent a different trauma point in their being, in their history. And as they've gone through it, these drawings go on many hundreds of different things, on her walls, on, you know, on toys, on everything. And they talk to them. And they talk to them because oh, but Chad, oh, Chad the ear is here. And Chad's trying to remind me that I could have done more when I was in this aspect. And you'll see the shift that happens from being there, from literally being Lily to being Glitter. And you see it in their artwork as well. And not only do you see it in their artwork, you see it in just the individual being. However, nowadays, and then just me being straight up, I wanted to showcase this to you, to show you, for example, what an individual with BPD, with DID symptoms looks like in terms of artwork, in terms of whatnot. Does that make a stark difference for you? Like, does that encapsulate a moment for you where you can be like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, wait a minute. What? Because for me, the encapsulation of this is, especially this one, this is mixed media paper, in case you're wondering. Like, this one is pretty rad. This one is pretty rad, at least for myself, right? And other things. So, I'll finish up with the story of Lily and Glitter, right? Glitter, essentially, has silenced Lily. This was a while ago, so Lily rarely comes out because Glitter is who they need to be to survive in the world that they are. Oof. Oof. That's all I gotta say. Is like, you know, a lot of people think it's just like big shifts, personality shifts, and you know, like, oh, they're gonna be like big and monstrous, and we're like, you know, when people think of DID, they think of like huge shifts like the movie Split, but not really. Actually, it's small little derealization and depersonalization aspects when it comes to DID. However, there are psychotic elements involved, i.e. BPD is a good choice, and it often comes comorbid, right, with DID symptoms. I'm not saying that DID is the main specialty, but BPD and DID are very common, or schizophrenia and DID at times. So this, yeah. So this is why I'm highlighting it, because I'm wondering, is Jinx gonna stifle out Powder? Is there going to come a point in time where Jinx says, I am in control, I am fronting at all times, and Powder is no more? And I learned most of what you discussed from that character. Yeah. So that is what I'm highlighting, because, you know, I have many more examples. I just saw these at work today, and I was like, oh yeah, I had these in a file like from years ago, so I need to pull this up, and like, I think it'd be amazing to go ahead and like bring this up and like have a discussion about it. Did anything strike you different about this? Yeah, absolutely. Ellie, what a lot of people don't understand is, for example, identity crises. If an identity crisis happens to a point where you're depersonalizing or having hallucinations, auditory delusions, and so on and so forth, people think that you need to meet all of the symptoms to have a diagnosis, and that's not true. And the DSM-5 clearly highlights that you only need 1 or 2, maybe even 3 symptoms to classify for a diagnosis, which is often, like, a lot of times whenever it comes to DID or auditory and visual hallucinations, psychotic diagnosis, psychosis diagnosis are usually like intermingled because everything's so close together and often comorbid with one another. When it comes to this, though, how do I put it? There can be an alter that takes control for a long period of time. Not even just an alter, because a lot of people think like an alter is a different state, but quite literally just a personality state. A state of being in which you need to be to survive in this environment. Man, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry if I went into the deep end, but I do want to ask you guys, did any of these drawings, any of these pictures... Oh yeah, I forgot to showcase this one. Did any of these drawings or pictures or whatnot stand out to you? Did it drive a point for you? Like, did it like showcase like, wait a minute, like this is like it's actually real? People like do stuff like this? Like, you know, people can have this diagnosis. And it's pretty interesting to see. Yeah. A lot of people think like when a person switches into an alter, it's like this big like thing. And it's like, no, they're talking to you and they might literally just touch their hair and boom, it's the other personality that they need to survive in that environment. One alter is the editing blog. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Noct. And it's very beautiful, very amazing to go and see. It seems uncreative, like a copy paste the glitter ones. Wait, what do you mean? J-Tree, what do you mean, dude? It seems uncreative, like a copy paste of the glitter ones. I mean, this is their artwork from a while ago, so I don't know what you mean by that, brother. But like for me, it's glitters is really clean, way less messy than how I draw. I've seen that king on a card before. I mean, you might have. Yeah, I mean, it's just a king of hearts. But nonetheless, it's still very intricate and detailed. The mimicking art, like not creating something original, like, oh, it's just copying a card, yeah. But even through that, it's still an individual's artwork, right? And it's still showcasing their abilities from literally this to this in the same time period. Literally, given a couple of minutes, given like 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, this and this, for me, that's a stark difference. If it was a card or that train guy, it's definitely a big change. Right. I think the point was like, oof. But yes, I do want to go ahead and highlight this just to showcase what things can go ahead and be. It's creative. Good artists borrow from great artists. Oh, man. I think the choice to draw something, yeah, something you mean. But that's why I'm like, I wanted to go ahead and bring this in as a cool example, sort of like, for example, I've always talked about how, you know, I have a bunch of sessions with 101 individuals. I've had individuals with BPD, DID by itself, schizophrenia, 101 other aspects through that. And showcasing this, at least, is a beautiful way to illustrate, like, you know, for example, Jinx's childness as well. Ooh.
She's just some stupid topsider.
The looking in the mirror, bro. Hold on. I'm going back. No worries. I was trying to back up. There we go. Look. Even the little kid drawings on the boxes and stuff like that. Bro, I'm like, James, that was huge.
I didn't lose her. They took her.
Who cares about the enforcer? Who saw it?
She was there for me, not the enforcer.
Remember her name.
Why would I remember her name? Oh, she's just some stupid...
Isn't it interesting how she's going through this, right? Yeah, the mirror, the shattered mind. Remember her name? Yeah, I did hear the voice, Kiddo. Like, all of this, right? These voices that come internally to her, like that she thinks are the individuals that are driving her. Oof. She's stapling her pants to her leg.
With topsider. Yeah.
But look at these shifts. Just look at these shifts. Look at her face. Like aside from the aspects of self-harm, because it is self-harm, J-Tree, but in a period like this, can you really go to a doctor, right? That might be the safest move to go ahead and do. But she's trying to close the womb, yeah. But let's look at her face. Tell me the transitions that you see.
Not the enforcer. Remember her name. Why would I remember her name? Oh, she's
It goes from scared to angry to reasoning to
just some stupid topsider. Yeah.
absolutely. It's like Jinx is bouncing. Jinx is bouncing up and down through all the stages. Because it's like a big stage of grief as well, right? Which you're trying to talk yourself through it. Which what I find funny is these remind me of butterflies back here. And correct me if I'm wrong, they're butterflies, right? Ladies and gentlemen. Do you know what butterflies represent? And I'm not trying to go all psychoanalytical and whatnot. I don't know. I never saw that. Change. Metamorphosis. Aspects of growth. Transformation. Yeah. Oof. Also, wait a fucking minute. Hold on. Is the Jinx in the mirror looking at her?
Caitlin.
Oh, no. It just looks that way because of the way it's shattered. Oh. I got fucking terrified. I'm like, this is horrific in a way. Like, how disfigured, right? And I guess this is how you can address this identity crisis, right? Where the Jinx in the mirror is broken down and shattered into so many pieces, and it looks like a monster. Like, you can't even recognize who this person is. Versus the Jinx that we see out here. Like, holy shit.
Enforcer. Why would I remember her name? Well, she's just some stupid topsider.
Yeah, but when they came out of the other person, they were green and they were small. Like, they look completely different than these. Did I skip? I felt like I skipped. Hold on. Because look. Firelight equals butterfly. Oh, do they? Yeah, but these are like a different... Yeah, both butterflies and firelights. Yeah. Because I'm looking at these, I'm like, these are like copper.
I didn't lose her. They took her.
I didn't lose her. They took her. Blah, 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 blah. Senor Pinguino, but I didn't lose her. They took her. It's not my fault, Senor Pinguino. It's not my fault. No. Anthropomorphizing into another object to go ahead and like rationalize what's happening there. That, like, this for me is wow. Going into this version.
I didn't lose her. They took her.
The pleading into this. And look at her face.
She was there for me. Not
Pleading.
the enforcer.
Oh. Fear, anger, all of these emotions, but at the same time, it's very interesting the response settings that are happening. Like, give and take response. Give and take response. That's wow.
Why would I remember her name? Well, she's just some stupid topsider.
Is she though? What I love about the staticky noises that we're hearing is like, it's kind of showcasing what's like perfectly showcasing what's happening inside of her mind. How in control is she of her mind? How in control is she of her emotions right now? How in control is she of like self-growth and love and care and all of these things? It saddens, like, I'm broken. I gotta pull this up. I'm fucking broken right now. This hurts. This fundamentally and irrevocably hurts. Let's talk about this. Sound like how it feels to walk around any given day, implied schizophrenia, but we'll never know. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, like, it depends. Where are the voices coming from? Are they internal or external? Because that's a big factor through that as well. But let's take a look at this. When did she have her biggest form of trauma? Her separation from Vi. Whatnot. When did she have her biggest separation from Vi? It's a means of controlling her own emotions, right? But if she's inflicting pain on herself, what stops her from inflicting pain on others to manage her emotions, right? That quick and sudden onset like that, the quick shift that happened and so on and so forth. Am I willing to do it? I don't want to jump into copyright hell. Around 7 through 11, concrete operation. Concepts attached to concrete operations, time, space, and quantity are understood as concepts that can be applied, but not as independent concepts. Okay. There's trauma here, right? So what starts happening? Issues start forming around aspects of cognitive development, especially if there's no form of health and whatnot. Parents was earlier as well. Sure, if she was really, really young, we can go ahead and talk about imagination and intuition are strong, but complex ideas are still. We can talk about the way that trauma at an early age starts impacting all of our cognitive developmental cycles. It might go ahead and hyperfixate some and downfixate, hypofixate others. Different is hyperfixating is it like it might literally make this so persistent, imagination through the roof. We have to go ahead and do certain things, and like all of a sudden it's like being aware of where you are in space and time, or the concept of time. Just time passes. You haven't seen you forever. Where have you been? Well, and it's been like a minute. Or it could be an hour, or it can be 10 years. The concepts of space and time and aspects like this might be something else altogether. So let's take this a step further. Where was she during this? Killing her friends did a lot of damage. Yes, the environmental was already damaging. We're looking at this and we're trying to go ahead and understand aspects like this. Where was she at? This is Kohlberg's theory of development as well. Moral development, actually. But where was the biggest form of trauma that happened when looking at this? Conformity and interpersonal accord. The good boy, good girl effect. Effort is made to secure approval and maintain friendly relations with others. Orientations towards fixed rules. The purpose of morality is maintaining the social order. So this gets corrupted. This starts getting corrupted. Hyper and hypofixation. Damn, bro, it is 104 degrees. It's hot. It is hot in Topeka, my friend. So on and so forth. As we're going through, this is exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing aspects where everything starts getting hit, right? Morally right and legally right are not always the same. They might not know that. They might believe that it is. They might believe that, like, that screw society. You have to form your own way. We don't have to go ahead and, like, form accords and, like, interact with society. We don't have to go ahead and do certain things. When trauma affects us at a deep and personal age, like, you know, especially at a young age, it affects everything. And it starts affecting the way that we interact with our environment. Oh no, this one does not look crisp, does not look clear. But I just wanted to go ahead and showcase these because whoa, 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 whoa.
Caitlin.
Oh God. But these depersonalization elements, or these derealization where you're in and out of reality and you're forming your own reality and it's easy and you're doing certain things. But stuff that happened to us before? Absolutely. I'm sure that there are people that look at this show and they pog. They don't ask questions about where this is going and how this can form. For me, this is a big aspect of human nature and human life in general. Like in many regards, shooting the firelight, the transition. Would it be better for Silco to talk to her in this state? Honestly, it would probably be better. She needs support, but sometimes you need support from someone else that isn't your father. However, does she have that support? And that's where the real question comes in. Oof. Oof.
Is that a real tree?
Holy
Pretty cool,
shit.
huh? When I first saw it, I knew this was the place. If a single seed can make it down here.
They're not the firelights. They're the codename kids next door. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Is that a real tree? Oh man.
She was there for me, not the Enforcer. Remember her name. Why would I remember her name?
Where are we at in the episode? We're 10 minutes in, 11 minutes in, Aiden.
Well, she's just some stupid topsider. Caitlin.
Can someone drop the Jinx trailer again, please? The music video for Jinx, please. Get jinxed, yeah. Oh, you got it? Get powdered. No, I don't want mana or eres en silencio. No, back it up. They're good music, but I can't, not right now. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Ba, ba, ba. No. Thanks so much for the follows, guys. Appreciate you. I like that you guys are making like automatic. Like, I think you're looking for this part. I am. 2:32. Oh, we're almost there. We'll just let it play out. Ooh. Oh. Sorry, my brain is fucking exploding. Yeah, this is a big mirror as well, which makes me wonder, is anything else going to be mirrored about this? Like, is the Get Jinxed actually a spoiler for, I don't know, like what Jinx may become? And also, maybe it wasn't planned out, but I do have something in here that I do want to say that this may have just clarified for me, and I don't know just yet. Like, these missiles coming into Piltover. What the fuck? Okay, so the question that I have here. This is Jinx. This is Jinx, right? This is Jinx, right? You guys are like, yeah, what the fuck are you on about? There is no powder in here. Right? As in not powder. Do you guys want to know why the fuck I'm freaking out? She sings, let's see what Pow Pow thinks. Yeah. Give me the lyrics. Give me the lyrics. Fuck it. Fuck it. Give me the lyrics. My head is on overdrive at the moment. Because there's something here. I think Jinx stifles out powder. I think Jinx is in full control. And machine guns called Pow Pow. Wait, what? Oh, Pow Pow is her Gatling gun. Because for a show that got so much right on everything, is there a difference that you're seeing? Because there's a difference that's standing out to me. She has black nails. She has literal black nails, i.e. a solid choice that is seen in here. There are not multicolored nails, or there might be blue nails or whatever, but it's one colored. This Jinx has two. For a show that is so, like, stuck so closely with a lot of the design choices and whatnot of the original Jinx, of the character. Okay, my mind is reveling. My mind is reveling. Want to join me? Come and play. Do you ever want to catch me? Let's blow the city to ashes and see what Pow Pow thinks. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long because it'll get jinxed. In the game, her nails are black. I think, of course, there's going to be some changes. There is going to be some changes. I think, of course, that might be a reference to the machine gun with the machine gun reference here. the nails. I think Jinx is going to take full control. I think it's no longer going to be like, oh, is there powder in there? I think it's just going to be Jinx. And even the reference to Pow Pow being the machine gun of like, oof. 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 Sorry. Jinx is going in the more like, because what I'm looking at here and what I'm thinking is, if I'm the developer and I'm developing something like this and we already have an established character and whatnot, right? We have Pow Pow, which everyone loves, and the kid that she was, right? And Jinx, the literal walking, I guess, disaster, so-called disaster. The individual that she is, she's amazing. Alters or whatnot just doesn't fully make sense to me. Like, there are childhood behaviors and aspects that didn't even develop in ways to cooperate into broader sense of personalities, beliefs, tendencies, or whatever. But Jinx is powder. But I don't get the vocabulary. Alters, it means different personality sets across staves. So the thing is, when people try and like, there are individuals that try and come in and literally, like, when I talk in most broad sense, right? In very open sense. But when it comes to aspects like this, if it comes to a vocabulary aspect, you can just be like, dude, can you bring it down just a little bit more? Because here's the thing. People expect you to be a fully different personality, have fully different beliefs, have fully different tendencies, so on and so forth. That is not realistic. Some alters do. Yeah, some alters can have completely different personalities than you. Some personalities can just be a small change. Whatever change that you need to survive in an environment. It doesn't even have to be like a big aspect. It can even be the representation of ourselves in the past. It could even be, for example, a part of psychosis. It doesn't even necessarily have to be DID. It could just be a personality, like identity issue. So this is what it's pointing out through that, right? I.e., there is a clear identity issue. Powder displayed everything. Jinx in the first 3 episodes, except hard-worn competency. Not necessarily, no. Wither. Not necessarily at all. Because what I'm starting to see is a clear delineation from one aspect to another, where one is more cleaned to latch on to the tendencies of chaos, where one accidentally caused the tendencies of chaos. One is an individual without the push to do certain things, and the individual that is, some of the traits are different. Like, just looking at them, i.e., if you had a person like Powder, right, as an adult, versus Jinx, who do you think would be safer to hang out with? Both go boom, exactly, but there's different reasons for boom. And there's different intents behind the boom. So this is exactly why it's being thrown out there. They may have, and this is why I'm talking about personalities being different, and even sets in between ourselves being different. Exactly. Powder just wants a hug and a safe space. So this is where I come with it. Who's going to have the biggest reaction? Sudden reaction. Who can all of a sudden get anxiously triggered from some random thing happening, and you think that they might just pull out a gun and start shooting? Jinx. The other one might like latch onto you, especially if she grew up in a safe environment. Who do you think, like, we can go on scenario per scenario, and you'll start seeing that there are differences. Oh yeah, she wants to make nail bombs. However, that doesn't mean that, like, her first instinct would be to go ahead and, like, start going through that. Would you say, oh yeah, J-Tree, absolutely. Absolutely. Jinx is adapted into the environment that she's in. So whether, if you're going to disagree, bring out sources. That's all I'm going to say, is bring out some sources to disagree with it, So for example, I can showcase an element where Powder, like even other kids may have, like, in a secure environment, will go ahead and grow up and still have similar personality traits of, like, chaos or an aspect like this. By the way, it's not an actual, like, getting angry or nothing like that. But, like, I'm just super curious, where it's like throwing out the bomb and running away. Jinx, I don't think would run away. Jinx is more of a personality trait where she's switching from highs and lows and extreme destruction to dad. Powder, on the other hand, if protected, would probably be like there, Powder, if protected, It's probably going to be a very caring sister. I think it would get a lot of analyzing this official Arcane music video if you wanted to. While Powder's in danger with her nail bombs and all that, I think the show didn't mean to picture her like a terrorist in the making. Right. It's also a survival mechanism. It's a big survival mechanism. Because think about it this way. The kid was going to beat her up at that point. So it's a self-defense mechanism in an aspect like that. Powder was acting in self-defense versus Jinx, who, you know, they haven't done anything just yet, starts blasting. Jinx, who sees a perceived threat, starts blasting. Powder was probably going to get beat up. So this is why it's important to highlight elements like this. I think Powder has more curiosity to her age, but she wasn't a chaos gremlin. Yeah, Jinx is more of a chaos gremlin than Powder is. So this is why I'm like, it's a good thing I can preview the videos that you guys are showing me. But I'll throw this out to you guys, right? Which is, mods, can you make a poll real quick? Realistically speaking, right? That rely on being good. Yeah. And that's exactly it, Succulent. That's exactly it. This has already started since the moment the show started, where Jinx may have already been in the works. Where aspects of Jinx may have already been in the works since her mom and dad were literally killed early on. So, mods, can you make a poll real quick as to who would you feel safer or being around? Jinx or Powder? It's a genuine question. Rather than any thought of what it would actually do. I would agree with that. Is this sure? I would actually agree with that. If she was to portray in danger, she would have stayed and fight. Agreed, Puppet Stringer. She saw her parents' dead bodies. Exactly, Tuculent. Like that already is a huge traumatic point that enables people to start like harnessing a lot of these aspects of what trauma is, you know. But anyway. I misclicked. Who would you feel safer around? Powder or Jinx, guys? I agree, Nox. She wasn't interested in them working. Do you think that's maybe why Vander didn't interact much with her? He didn't even speak to her. I mean, it's also an awkward age of transition, if we're being realistic about it. Like, Vander has so much on his plate that, like, he probably left I hate to put it this way, raising Powder to Vi. Because Vi was taking up a lot of the storm. Vi was kicking around, kicking up dust. And oftentimes this happens if you have siblings. You get overlooked. If there's a sibling that's very out there, destructive, and doing whatever, there are a lot of times where they overlooked. I would agree with that, Noct. Yep. So this is why I'm bringing this up, because it's really interesting. By the way, no takes are wrong. This is all up to interpretation. At the end of the day, it is a show. However, it is. I don't know. Vi has more likely caused trouble at that point. Yep. To protecting her from others with Jinx, I'd be protecting myself and others from her. Yeah, Eternal. Also, welcome on in, Eternal. Thanks so much for being here. But yeah, that's exactly why I'm highlighting aspects like this. Like 70% of you guys, 70% of the people in chat are saying that they would feel safer with Powder at the moment than with Jinx. And that's saying something. So this is why I'm highlighting aspects like this, because there's clear narratives and clear everything being shown, right? Let's go. Yep. I mean, Vander can be there for her, right? But at the same time, Vi does take priority due to all the mishaps and everything that's happening up. Are you interested in seeing an alternate universe Jinx? Yeah, at some point. Came here from YouTube. Well, welcome on in. Appreciate you being here. All right, let's bring this up. So here we go. Wait, hold on. Because I'll showcase this. I don't even gotta go ahead and do much. NCBI. We can even go with identity issues and trauma in children. Effects of childhood trauma. Wait, no. That's not peer reviewed. Go back it the fuck up. Here we go. The relationship between childhood trauma, identity development, and difficulties in emotional regulation and psychopathology. By Daraboy. Here's a citation in case you guys want it. It's a 2018 study by Daraboy et al. Okay. Is it not going to show us the conclusion? Ugh. Okay, here we go. Demonstrated childhood traumatic effects not only have effects on emotional regulation and development of sense of identity, but also be associated with self-harm behavior and later stages of life. Prevention strategies, enhancing parenting skills, and raising community awareness, blah, 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 blah. So essentially, early childhood trauma makes sense. You're probably going to have identity issues, right? Etal is my favorite author. Yeah, very prolific. It's very, very prolific. But you also have the enforcers, which is trauma. You also have 101 other aspects in there, which is trauma after trauma after trauma that's popping up in the situation. But wow, I am fucking excited. Okay, let's go with. Sure, but is Silco always around for her? Is Silco allowing not just an opportunity for him to do what he needs to do, but for a secure and safe environment for Silco to, I don't know, process her feelings and emotions and, you know, maybe therapize her, like actually get a therapist there. In a world like this, there are no therapists, I don't think. What else should we put? Sure. Here we go. Bop. Another one, NCBI. So you guys, this is the National Library of Medicine, a very, very good, reputable source for you to be able to go ahead and get information. Boyer et al. 2022, trauma-related disassociation and dissociative disorders. Here we go. Let's go all the way to the conclusion. In case you guys don't know, this is, if you want to do a quick read, what you should do is always go to the conclusion. Best way to go and do it. Trauma survivors experience higher rates of dissociation, may be utilizing it as an escape where there is no physical escape from trauma. When dissociative symptoms become in pattern entrenched, they can negatively impact many domains of person's life and warrant a diagnosis, blah, 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 blah. In fact, there are numerous psychiatric disorders commonly encountered in the clinical settings. Among clinical samples, the prevalence of DD, dissociative disorders, is 46%. Anyways, not believed, they're often undertreated for 5 to 12 and a half years. When unable to access diagnosis, here it is, are undeniable, with individuals experiencing functional impairment across domains, disability, health issues, risk of victimization, i.e. going back into a traumatic environment, traumatic circles of hate, self-injurious behavior, suicidal ideation, hospitalizations, extreme utilizations of health and social services, and a lot more. These are some of the repetitive patterns that we're able to go and see by that. Trauma can affect us in many different ways, shapes, and sizes. And this is why I want to go ahead and highlight this. Because trauma is not just, here's trauma, therefore you have everything. It's trauma affects pretty much the brain in many different ways, right? I'm curious if Jinx, at any point, we see more, like, because we saw her throwing grenades or whatever down the path. If we see Jinx going into some suicidal ideation or risk-taking behaviors like that, that's another big red flag, man. That's another huge red flag that we are going to have to go ahead and look out for. Because that's, oof. Fuck, dude. Fuck. I feel like no therapist is on anyway. I know. But can you guys believe we are 3 hours in? We are 3 hours in, ladies and gentlemen. And we're only 11 minutes into the show. Is impulsive risk-taking behaviors... I mean, impulsive risk-taking behaviors can be anything from unprotected sex. Self-harming behaviors can be included in that as well, because for some people that is impulsive thinking, right? So what time tomorrow are you starting? Brother, we're 11 minutes in and named. I think we saw signs of Jinx at the beginning. She didn't seem distressed from the death of her parents, but rather than that, Vi was sad. Yeah, but at the same time, we also have to consider, can a child that age fully conceptualize what death means, right? Oh, we're not done yet. No, we at least need to go on further. We're barely 3 hours in, my friend. So this, and through that, right? It's also like, have you ever had to be there for someone when they're crying and like you're trying to at least like try and understand what's going on? Like, we still have each other. We'll still be okay. You're still here with me. You know, like aspects like that. 2 hour movie and you'll only be 2/3 of the way. Yeah, they were way too young to understand their parents' death. And for kids, sometimes the concept of death for some kids they do understand it. For other kids, it's just like a faraway concept that they can't fully like conceptualize and fully understand what that means. But anyway, good topics, good conversations, y'all. I do want to say, like, please stay nice in the chat with all of you guys. Like, stay nice, respect one another. But yeah, like, good conversation topics. Who are these people? Holy shit. They have like full on people already like decorated all the way up in here. A sun. It really does look like the Kids Next Door, like the codename Kids Next Door, like base.
Real tree?
Pretty cool, huh? When I first saw it, I knew this was the place. If a single seed can make it down here.
Does your city beat up or kill the poor while wearing the same uniform as you do? If so, why do you wear said uniform? Wait, who are you asking that to, man? I was about to say, we don't gotta go that far in some places, some countries. Oh, knocked. Okay.
So could we.
You built all this?
Not alone.
Yeah, guys, cool it down in the chat. Cool it down. No personal attacks, guys. Otherwise, you know, someone's gonna get muted. Someone's gonna get muted. If you guys are gonna argue, you guys can take it to the Discord, but still keep it nice and professional and safe. Yeah, I was about to say Noct is a city councilman, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
After Vander died, Silco flooded the lanes with shimmer.
Oh.
He didn't care what it did to people. Everyone here was an addict or a victim. They needed somewhere safe to start again.
I should have been there. For you. For everyone.
That's a good way to drive yourself crazy. If I just went with you that day, maybe none of this would have happened.
Or maybe you'd be dead. Or changed.
Powder's gone, Vi. All that's left is Jinx, and she belongs to
You're
Silco.
wrong. She's still in there. I can reach her.
You can't.
Changed.
Powder's gone, Vi. All that's left is Jinx, and she belongs to
You're
Silco.
wrong.
Oh. 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 Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We'll back it up just a little bit.
Everyone here was an addict or a victim.
The fact that all of these kids, though, have to grow up in an environment like this, and I think that's sort of a purity reason as well. Like, this kid has a mask, right, which is automatically representing the faction that they're in. Forget all this psychoanalysis. Let's play Baldur's Gate. Like, seeing all of these kids still enjoy their environment, right? And I think that's a beautiful aspect that, like, we can do as individuals. Like, even in turmoil, we can still find hope and we can still enjoy the little things, the little moments in there. We told them at gunpoint to psychoanalyze. Apparently, bro.
They needed somewhere safe to start again.
I should have been there. For you. For everyone.
That's a good way to drive yourself crazy.
Right?
If I just went with you that day, maybe none of this would have happened.
Or maybe you'd be dead. Or changed.
Powder's gone, Vi. All that's left is Jinx, and she belongs to
You're
Silco.
wrong. She's still in there. I can reach her.
You can't.
I know my sister.
Interesting. Interesting wording. Interesting wording.
You're wrong. She's still in there.
Interesting wording.
Maybe none of this would have happened.
Or maybe you'd be dead. Or changed.
Powder's gone, Vi. All that's left is Jinx, and
Powder's gone. All that's left is Jinx.
she belongs to
You're
Silco.
Oh. She can fix her, guys. If we've ever learned something is when it comes to red flags, I can fix anyone is probably one of the biggest red flags that we can have. But here comes another point. I feel like this might just end up being a destructive path for both. Anytime that this comes through, I can fix you type of mentality, it ends up being sort of like the similar path towards revenge, where you end up making two graves, one for the person and another for yourself. Like you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, Vi. I know you care about your sister and you care about Echo and so many things happening at once, but you can't save everyone. And Vi reminds me a lot of individuals who try and save everyone. Of individuals who literally... I'll ask this. Like, here's the thing with her voice. With that being said, wait, hold on, because I'm going to address this, right? The intervening time and experience can't be magicked away. However, that's what therapy is here for. And therapy is an intervention for processing that time and garnering new experiences for individuals to still be able to like heal their child self for aspects like that. Might not be the best thing because a lot of people don't like talking about their child self, but I'll be honest, a lot of adults stifle out their child personality, their child self growing up. And that's where you oftentimes have a lot of like grown-ups in their 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever, right? Stating like, man, I wish I would have listened to myself. I wish I would have been so on and so forth. There are a limited number of people you can care about. Yeah. Well, but through that, this is where it's going through, right? And you're right in this, which is like the timing window where a person should have come in, like for it to have been effective, probably passed a while ago. Therapy is not there to return you to who you were years ago, though. It's more constructing something from where you are. No, therapy is to go ahead and allow you the process for you to heal yourself. Like, we are not there to build anything for you. We are there for you to start the process of healing for yourself, whatever that may mean. Like, we will never, a good therapist is not going to hold your hand and not going to be like, this is what we need to do for you to get better, for you to be your past self or future self. It's for you to be able to go and construct whatever you like need it. Yeah. For therapy is what you want it to be and how you want to heal. That's why therapy is only effective if you allow it to be effective. Which is often gets misrepresented. A lot of people think like a therapist is going to go ahead and hold your hand and be like, I can fix all of your problems for you. No, a good therapist will never say anything like that. A good psychologist will never go ahead and say any of that. However, a good psychologist will take you to your childhood self. Will explore the aspect of your childhood self with you. A good psychologist will figure out how your past affected your present and why you need to go ahead and fix aspects of your past. A good therapist, a good psychologist will also focus on why you need to forgive yourself and, you know, why aspects of your past need to be forgiven or not forgiven, or touch on different aspects of your past because your past is important as to who you are today and who you may want to go ahead and be, you know. Oh, dude, I need to rewatch Good Will Hunting. But like overall, though, what I'm trying to get at here is, and I think this is where you're coming from with her as well, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. It seems as though they're always trying to fight for the image of Jinx that they want Jinx to be, instead of asking Jinx what she wants her to be. And I think that's a big aspect like that. That's a big thing. It's like all of them are fighting for their image as to who Powder was and what they want Powder to be without asking Powder who she is. Jinx seems like she wants to be Jinx though. Exactly. Societal expectations, pressure, all of these things. And that's a big aspect of Cure. That's a big aspect of self-fulfillment and self-growth and whatnot. With her voice for that, I would just recommend there's hundreds if not thousands of research papers on like quite literally like healing the child self or healing the child Because for a lot of people, that's where they've experienced a lot of trauma. So a lot of it is quite literally like healing that child self. And once they've healed that child self, a lot of people have been able to go out and move on, which is interesting. Because they do treat them as different. Yeah, it's a developmental years. And they do treat them as separate individuals to go ahead and attest to. As a whole, right? Two separate time periods that come together and make the whole. It's Jinx now. Powder fell down the well. Yeah, absolutely.
You can't.
I know my sister.
I got one more thing to show you. This is everyone we've lost.
Oh, they did it. They did it. No, 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 they did it. Oh, dude, that hurts. Oh, wow. Wow. Vander. Oh, Milo. Oh, dude.
The price of our freedom. Some of it was enforcers. Most was Silco. Your sister works for him not because she has to, but because she wants to. I'm sorry, but that's who she is now.
What's interesting is, why do you have her up in the wall of the dead? This wall of memory of people that you've lost. It's like you have literally lost Powder. Powder is gone. At least for Echo. And Jinx is who remains. So even for individual, yeah. Well, no, this is what I'm highlighting is, even for individuals, like, because Echo's mourning Powder. Exactly not. Even for these individuals that like knew Powder, it's like this is completely, literally treating them like a completely different person, which is interesting. It's interesting, like that, like, yeah, okay, she's not your sister anymore. That's Silco's daughter. Like, that is that, like, you know, your sister was transformed into this individual being, and, you know, she's in the wall of remembrance the same way that you are, because we thought you were dead. You are dead to me. Echo probably tried to reach Powder over the years and failed. Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. I really wouldn't doubt it. And I'm kind of wondering is, how long would it take for Vi to get the message as well? For you, how long would it take to get the message that Jinx is Jinx? And that it's no longer that there's no longer any, like, anything left. Echo has a lot on his hands. My respect for Echo is huge. Like, the fact that he has created a safe haven for others, right? The fact that he at least tries to goes ahead and, like, might not be the best methods, but, like, keep some of these kids safe. That's huge. In a valley where Silco has the whole Undercity under his hand with Shimmer, that's safe. Wow. The fact that Echo is still very open in just the communication pattern. Yes, he's testy at times, but a leader has to be from time to time. Like, yeah, he's had to be a leader where no one else had to. He had his infancy stolen from him, and he's had to go ahead and, like, step up. Whereas, like, nobody else is doing that. That's, like, my mind is like, yeah, this shows Echo's moving forward. Echo's the future. Echo's like the future that's remembering the past. Meanwhile, Piltover and the Underlanes are still fighting one another. Oh no.
Thank you for alerting me, Sheriff.
Not a problem, Counselor.
Jace, what is this? Do you have any idea how this looks? I order a blockade and my own partner violates it.
You ordered this?
Why?
Why?
There are people down there who seem hell-bent on destroying us. What were you doing?
I'm gonna back it up in a second. This splitting of this beautiful friendship that's already starting to form, this rip that's starting to happen. Like, what are you doing? All of these things. Is this blockade really a great option, or does it just cause more distrust? Especially when you've already started to go out and like formulate everything. Knocked. Why is everything so black and white for you? Oh, okay. For whether guys, I'm gonna ask it again, or else I'm gonna start like mods are gonna start muting. Especially if it gets like nasty, guys. He gave up people. Yeah, exactly. Knocked. I agree with you on that one. He gave people space to heal. And oftentimes that's the thing is tricked them into the blockade. Yep. He's his partner and there's no communication on the blockade. So let me back it up just a little bit. Because for me, Echo has done something and started the fight back in his own way. Echo has started a garden of protection for those that needed. Echo might not be doing things 1,000% correct. No one's ever going to say that. Or at least I'm not going to say that. But Echo is doing something where the rest of the like city can't. Right? Echo's fighting back where he can, and he's keeping people safe and sound and allowing people to grow. And I think that's a big aspect.
Works for him not because she has to, but because she wants
Thanks
to.
so much for the hydrate, official
I'm
toast.
sorry, but that's who she is now.
Is it down with Jace signs? Wait a minute. Yes, hydration. Thank you. What Echo's doing is a direct reflection of how IRL struggles with some lower income areas. Right. You're absolutely right. Like, I'll share this. I'll open up about this. Not to like toot my own horn or my family's horn or my dad's horns or whatever, right? It's not a Hexgate sign and Jace with the new with the news. Where I grew up, it wasn't the safest environment. I'm gonna be straight up, right? Where I grew up, it wasn't the safest environment at all. Gunshots could be heard. There was a fight happening almost every so often. I live out in the middle of the desert, so you hear a bunch of stuff. Drugs, gangs, whatnot is sort of the main mentality growing up for wherever I lived. I've come from a generational, honestly now, like, you know, generational. I do TLC. I really do. Yeah. From like essentially teaching martial arts generationally. My great-grandfather knew it. My grandfather knew it. My father knew it. He taught us, so on and so forth. Now my nieces and nephews know it, and it's been spread generationally, right? When first starting up, though, my not living in the safest place, my father decided to go ahead and teach us martial arts outside, right? And teach us the way to go ahead and practice. Then he started to go ahead and take in students. How much do you like, you know, in this environment, how much do you think he would charge them? For a kid to come learn martial arts 4 or 5 days a week. Nothing. Nothing at all. In fact, he would pay for them to go to the tournaments and go spar. Pay for them to stay out of gangs. Pay for them to do something with their after-school activities. To genuinely be there, to learn, to grow, to get some of these skills for them to go ahead and be able to do it. He's an old man now, and I like he recently had a heart scare, and it terrified me. I'm not gonna lie to you, because his whole life he's always been giving back to the community, and always been quite literally helping out others. And you know, his hand. If you look at his like his hand and his feet, and one day I wish to bring him on here and actually have a conversation about this. You look at his hand; it's inflamed. It's inflamed to the point where it's not coming back. You look at my hand and it's normal, right? His hand is about this big, this thick. His foot is that way as well. Since I was 2 or 3 years old, and even younger than that, since my brothers were 2 or 3 as well, we're talking about like 30, 40 years worth of nonstop hard work, because he used to work in construction, nonstop construction work, coming home from that, teaching martial arts, doing that whole aspect in order to keep kids out of what was in the environment. He's one of my role models for that. Is he funny? Can we hear him yell goal from time to time? Absolutely. But for me, and for a lot of others in this community, in the community around here, where I grew up, they will say that he created a safe place for them. That he created a place where they could go ahead and come and not worry about what was happening at home for at least 3 or 4 hours, for not worrying about like, oh, what if someone comes and does this or that. And even, I'll be honest, even some of the gangs and situations there would not even come across it because out of signs of respect as to what was happening in that environment, which was really, really interesting. So is Echo stepping up to the plate in establishing a safe place for others? Yeah. Is Echo going ahead and allowing these individuals at least a place to meet their basic psychological needs of Maslow's hierarchy? Absolutely. Oof. Oof. Man, what a... Sorry, I don't mean to go like shower y'all with personal stories as well, you know, from psychological things. But one day, I guess and this show's making me reflect on this. I kind of do want to go ahead and like just take him out on a trip or something, and you know, show him how much like I do love him and I do admire him and respect him, and especially for helping me out, like going through college and doing all of that, because you know, being the only individual in my family to actually get an education, to actually pursue. I've never seen this man break down. And I'll share this last story. I've never seen this tough of a man ever break down until quite literally when I was leaving to live abroad. He hugged me and he cried. And that was the first time I've ever seen this tough man cry. And he was like, I love you. You make me, like, I'm so proud of you. Thanks for pursuing like your dreams of higher education. But through that, oof, that's why I'm like, that's why I need to go out and do it.
Thank you for alerting me, Sheriff.
Is he rewatching the episode? No, we're only 13 minutes in. Seashell. Welcome on in, Seashell.
Not a problem, Counselor.
Jace, what is this? Do you have any idea how this looks? I order a blockade and my own partner violates it.
You ordered this?
Why? There are people down there who seem hell-bent on destroying us. What were you doing?
I was consulting a friend about our quandary. I told you I knew someone.
Well, you didn't say they were from the Undercity?
What difference does that make?
Yeah,
They're dangerous.
Oh, no. Jace. Those people? They're dangerous? Jace. That's fucked up. Oh, guys, let's drop some Doritos for Victor, please. Victor needs all the love and support. That's fucked up, dude.
The Undercity.
You're right. I'm sorry. I've had a lot on my plate. Was your friend able to help?
No. No, he said nature was resistant to this sort of tampering.
All right, we'll keep at it.
I'll ask this. Do your actions, do stress, does stress justify your actions? Trust can be destroyed in a moment. Absolutely, Forrest Walken. A lot of trust. But does it justify it? The people across really want him dead. But like, realistically speaking, does stress, do your emotions justify your actions? I'm gonna be honest with you and say this: your diagnosis does not justify your actions. Your stress, the environment, just stress that you're in. If you're stressed out and you go and cheat on your partner, that is not a justification for your actions. If you're stressed out and you go and there's a domestic violence situation that happens, that does not justify these actions. You can't say, oh, stress made me do it, right? Because the only thing that you can control are the actions that you take. Stress is a symptom of the deeper rooted problem, right? The emotions that are there, right? This is why we need good coping skills, good coping mechanisms, so that we don't use our emotions as the immediate response for things. People are yelling, and one of the first things that he decides to go and meet it at is that criticism, the instant ba 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 ba, causes all this distress, causes distrust, causes so many things. For Jace, it makes it understandable, but it doesn't. Rainy, rain, dude. I love you. Yes, absolutely yes. It wasn't a justification for Vi. It's also not a justification for Jace. It makes it understandable, but it doesn't make it right. Absolutely. Was Vi hitting Powder justified at the end? No. Yeah, he said some mean things there. I understand, but could have worded it better. Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that's a big aspect to all of that. Molotov cocktail. Oh no. Oh no.
First, this wild attack in the heart of Piltover. Now the border is closing. We're bleeding money, and for what? His dream. Bleeding money.
Is this like the reverse of the... Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Is this like a reverse of the council? Holy shit. This is huge, dude.
First, this wild attack in the heart of Piltover. Now the border is closing. We're bleeding money, and for what? His dreams of rebellion. He's losing control. If we stand together,
we are.
My dude does look like Cyberpunk. He looks like he came out of straight up Cyberpunk 2077 Wake Up Samurai Glitch Edition of the game. Character creator just stopped right after putting on the jacket. The Underground Council, dude. Oh, I love him. I love it.
Do for an assembly.
His drip is so good.
Should be. Ever since your stunt, topside, profits have been plummeting.
Wait, who's this mommy on the right? Anybody know this girl's name? It looks like a vampire, maybe a spider human. Not saying I won't be down for Spidusi, but I would be down for Spidusi. I don't know who is this. They look absolutely fucking phenomenal. Some of the names were credited in the credit. Oh shit.
He's right. Merchandise is frozen at the border. Topsiders are too afraid to cross.
We're all wondering, what's your plan to fix this?
You're all wondering, are you?
Where I see it, we should cut a deal and give back the gemstone. Better to have some trade than none at all.
The border issue is temporary. Jinx will deal with it.
Rumor is, you dogs are for leash. How are you meant to bring Piltover to heel if you can't handle your own people? Huh?
Let's take a quick second before this continues. Look at Soko's body language real quick. Look at
attack in the harder Piltover.
They're having a meeting here, and he's clearly already trying to derail everything, right? Dude, oh my god. Who is this mommy? Holy shit. It looks like a toxica. But yes, like, straight up, this looks like a situation where they're trying to lay the groundwork for everything. We clearly see everyone in their seats, maybe partaking, not partaking, whatever it may be.
Now the border is closing. We're bleeding money, and for what?
One of them looks like my chihuahua, but that's fine.
His dreams of rebellion. He's losing control.
I love how theatrical he is with it, right? Even with his body language, where the main point of his motivation is sort of his chest, the chest point, chest, whatever. Like, his actions are simply following his chest movement, and how big and how rambunctious he is to his background, where he stands out. Very well done in that regard.
If we stand together,
we aren't due for an assembly.
We should be. Ever since your stunt, topside, profits have been plummeting.
He's right. Merchandise is frozen at the border. Topsiders are too afraid to cross.
We're all wondering, what's your plan to fix this?
I love the fact this is something that I love about Silco. He does not. He calls it out for what's going on here. He comes over. Rain. Where's Rain? He comes over at the very edge, right, of the table, and he's establishing dominance. It's like watching kids play, and he's very steady. He's not shaking. They're pinging off of one another to try and dictate what to do. Look at him. Look at him.
You're all wondering, are you?
Where I see it, we should cut a deal and give back the gemstone. Better to have some trade than none at all.
The border issue is temporary. Jinx will deal with it.
Rumor is, you dogs are for leash.
All of his movements compared to Silco's movements. All of his movements compared to Silco's movements.
How are you meant to bring Piltover to heel if you can't handle your own people? Huh?
He called her a dog, but if you look at the way that Silco moves, Silco barely moves. My guy is like, like trying to go in and be that. And it's young and brash and whatnot. I am reacting, but no, for Silco, it's just very calculated. It's very dominating. The way that he doesn't need to overmove to showcase his emotions. And that's, yeah.
What's that?
Oh, you don't recognize it. Have you forgotten where we came from? The mines they had us in?
Oh, shit.
Air so thick it clogged your throat. Stuck in your eyes. But I pulled
you
all up from the depths. Offered you a taste of topside.
Oh.
And fresh air.
Is that the actual air, though? Hold on. Is that the actual... Oh. And they can't even handle that anymore. Poison in the air and the guy's just chilling. Yeah, that was the old air. Before Silco cleaned it up. Oh, man. If you work in the mines, yeah, the fan should...
I gave you life. Purpose. But you've grown fat and complacent.
Wow.
Too much time in the sun.
Wow. terrifying. Holy fuck. Silco is like evil Ed, dude. Just like a oh. Everyone's fucking dying. Are you gonna do it? You know, like, oh, dude, yes, this show. What's up, I can never say your name, Quapasectic, dude, how you doing?
We came from a world where there was never enough to go round. Thin. That is why we fight.
Whoa.
Do you...
Even kicking him to the other side, bro. Pushing him over, just like, ugh. He is highlighting his why he's at the top, what this is for him. Like, look at me. Look at me. I am the captain now. This scene is finally where it pushed the ingrained for superstition Silco as a villain and re-evaluated him and Vander based on the actions rather than Vander good, Silco bad. I started seeing the flaws of Vander and the merits of Silco. Love the scene. He realized Silco had a full host of love, but he truly believed and was on him to fight for it. Yeah, no, he actually, like, because let's be honest, stagnation, and I've talked about leadership styles in the first couple of episodes, stagnation in an environment where you need to have transformative leadership can be seen as quite literally you killing off any form of progress. Silco has at least been standing up for what he believes in, right or wrong. That aside, he's trying to go ahead and do something, which is an aspect of trying to go ahead and progress himself. Oof. Silco always stayed at the bottom in the meat of it, so he's used to it. Unlike these guys who tried to rise above it. He knows where he came from and why he's there. Like, that's wild, dude. This is, for me, I've never seen Silco as bad, right? Like, Silco's a bad guy. Silco's a complex character. Does he always do the best actions? I don't know. Not really. That's up to you to decide. But does he get what he wants to go ahead and accomplish done? And that's a really, really interesting point to highlight. Like,
that is why we fight. Do you remember? Please. Please.
wow.
Don't forget again.
Don't forget again. He can just shut off your supply and you're done for. Dude, Silco is something else. Like, I love this character. Like, I genuinely enjoy how complex he is and the fact that he's willing to go ahead and, like, you can showcase his dynamics of when he's in power and when he's not. When he's kicking the light signs and yelling and all of these things, we can clearly tell that he's not. Versus, like, when he's in total control, and it's like, you know, just like a mouse running around the cage, and like the snake's like, I can eat you at any moment. Like, yeah. Whoa. The flowers, bro. My job is done. Line delivered. Fire. I don't know. Killing and causing drug dependence by flooding the lanes and shimmer makes a bad person, in my view, regardless of his aspirations. I mean, that's up to you, right? And ultimately, it's like, what are you trying to go ahead and well, I'm not going to go ahead and say anything. Like, that's the thing is, like, why was he doing that in the first place? Is he trying to get experimentation done? What is he trying to go ahead and accomplish from that? That's what I'm saying is I'm not saying, like, oh, because a lot of people will probably rag on him and be like, you guys don't understand. He's such a bad guy. And you guys have to go ahead and, like, there's a line. Yeah. ends justify the means type of a purpose or whatnot. Like, a lot of people just look at him and be like, this is a bad antagonist. Like, there's nothing good about him. And it's like, no, he's caused some change for all the people in here. And because he's caused some change in some aspects of hope and whatnot, you're starting to see it. At the same time, you're starting to see some of the negative effects as well pop up. But the same thing can happen even for Echo, right? Which is like, say that Echo keeps building up this establishment. Is he in the right for what he does? For a lot of people, they probably see him as a pirate or as an individual, that a nuance or an annoying individual that keeps popping in and, like, you know, destroying stuff that doesn't need to go in and do. Wear their mask in the undersuit. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Good meeting.
Bruh.
I've had word from our friends overseas. This threat from the Undercity is drawing attention. Piltover looks vulnerable.
Overs. Instead of fighting with the Undercity, you guys should be preparing for fucking war. Holy shit. Ding, 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 ding. Sound the red flags. Wee-woo. 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 Hold on. Wee-woo. Wee-woo. Oh, shit. Hi, Saris. Welcome on in. Appreciate you being here. How you doing, Saris? Thanks for sounding the red flags when you showed up. How you doing, Saris? I hope you're doing well. What am I looking at? We're about to... Kudishi, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, man. Okay, wait, hold on. Wrong one. It only took you 7 episodes. Yeah, right? No, it's all good. Saris, what's up? How's your stream? I hope your stream was well. Hi, Raiders. I'm sure you guys know who I am. I'm always in there. We are quite literally a psychologist that is psychoanalyzing video games, anime, everything in between. We are currently watching Arcane. Watch out. There's yeah, you guys better watch out. I'll come through. I'll take a bite. But no, this is a fucking red flag. And it's, also, we are almost 4 hours in, Saris, and we're only 18 minutes. Saris, what have you done to me? We are almost 4 hours in, and we're 18 minutes into episode 7.
Don't forget again.
Shit, boys. It's pretty good, Saris. Episode 9 gonna be a 5-parter. Damn.
I've had word from our friends overseas. This threat from the Undercity is drawing attention.
So the fact that they're like, and this is this no, I can't even ask that because that's a spoiler if it is. Essentially what I'm getting at is at some point, like, hearing this, yes, you do have the lanes, you do have everyone else and everything that's happening. Our friends overseas means that there's other nations that are looking in, and there are clear issues that they're seeing with Piltover. Prepare for fucking war. Prepare for war. Unless, and worse, if some big catastrophic incident happens, like a bunch of bombs going off, Jinx and Vods go wild, and they start, everything starts going chaotic or whatnot, all of a sudden you have a weak Piltover. You have a weak Piltover compared to the rest of the world that is already filled with inter-civil war and aspects like this. I'm scared. I'm scared as to where this show might go. Don't make us gaslight you again, Ed. What do you mean? I can see. Well, he already knows it's a spoiler. Wait, what? Yeah, bombs going off it would. It absolutely would El Conquistador, because like if a big, like, we already have this kind of unresting civil war atrocity stuff that is happening, right? We already have all the issues, interpersonal issues that are happening all at once. If I'm an outside nation and I'm looking in at this, perfect time to fucking invade. Perfect time to get people out of positions of power and put people that I want in. Like, yeah, people are destroying themselves in this aspect. That's why I think in a form or in something like this, oof, I wonder where they're going to go. Oh, Saris, sounds good. No worries. You're amazing. You're an amazing raisin. Amazing geese. Oh, I love you, Saris. You're wonderful. But that's why I'm like,
Piltover looks vulnerable.
It's too soon. Jace isn't ready.
There's one other thing. This arrived for you.
Hey, yo. Family reunion time. You know what this reminds me of? Like, no offense. Y'all ever played Final Fantasy X? Y'all ever played Final Fantasy X? And there was, what were they called? Sid and them were a part of it. But they would wear masks like this. And you had to go and try and save their people. And they were in the desert. Dude, I just started Final Fantasy X like a week ago. Yeah, the Al Bhed. Dude, they remind me of the Al Bhed. Now that I'm looking at them, I'm like, wait a minute. We have Codename Kids Next Door with Echo's Treehouse and the Al Bhed. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes. Okay.
What have you done with Vi? Listen, let her go. I brought her here. It's me you want.
My hero.
You're...
Oh.
I thought they were hurting you.
Vi tells me.
Where the fuck did it go? I took it off too early, my friends. I feel like I'm about to send this into a fucking... I'm about to send this into full shit mode, man, and I shouldn't. But, like...
I can trust you. You get a pass back topside. That's it. Let's go.
Let me help you with that.
Hey, yo.
Where have you been, Jinx?
Oh, you know. Here, there, chasing down dead ends.
Jinx.
And guess what? They're not all dead.
I can explain.
Jinx. Oh my god, the mistrust. She's not well. Probably Caitlyn. I don't know why. I'm like really big into Kate for whatever reason. Jinx as well, don't get me wrong. It's just that Jinx reminds me of... Never mind. I'm not going to say it. But yes, probably Kate. I don't know how she plays. I don't know how all of them plays. But like, I have Wild Rift downloaded on my phone, but I haven't played it yet. So.
They're chasing down dead ends. And guess what? They're not all dead.
I can explain.
Don't move, silly.
And Jinx is now fucking terrifying. Hold on. This is not what I meant by the empty chair technique earlier, ladies and gentlemen. When I was talking about literally having a person there and being able to go and like, you know, talk your feelings out, I did not mean it by... Actually, hold on. Wait a minute. This is just... Oh, no. Oh, that's why I mentioned it in the first place. Like, Wild Rift is the better. Is it? Jinx is learning from you in her own special way.
I might hurt you.
I didn't know. Marcus never told me she was in Stillwater.
The not so empty.
But you found out she came back. You lied.
I wanted to protect you.
From what?
She and the Enforcer are back for the crystal. Not for you. Have you
Oh, look at her. Look at her. She's hurt. Look at her.
forgotten how she left you? Who found you?
Look at her.
Who cared for you? Gave you a home? I am your family. Everyone else betrays us. I need you. Now more than ever. You have to complete the weapon.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. 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 I hate to bring this up, but let's talk about it. What is he using, guys? Actually, there's a separate wheel on here. Here we go. This is another, essentially, wheel of power and control, but it's... I don't like it just because there's some elements in here that haven't been fully, like, checked out by some. So let's talk about it. What does he use? What does he use? Checklist time. Checklist time. Q us versus 2. Gaslight, gatekeep, chem pause. Easy, fuck you. That was good. That was pretty good. I think Silco means it. I do think Silco means it. But in general, for Jinx, what have people done to Jinx? Hi there, nice to... Okay, 30, how you doing? Let's talk about it. For Jinx, what have people done to her? And for Powder as well, while we're at it. People have used isolation tactics when she was young. People have emotionally abused her. People have tried to intimidate her. Like, and I'm talking about both of them, either young all the way up to now. People have tried to go ahead and use coercion and threats, right? People have tried to use their privilege. Not just male privilege, but privilege being in a position of power. They've used quite a number of these, for being realistic about it, yeah. What's up, Islam? How you doing? There's the element that there's no reason to think Silco believed what he's saying, but if you have a therapist, I'd give him a very stern Yelp review. I mean, everyone else is lying. I can only be trusted. She needs more adults in her life. Yeah. Well, here's the thing is, if we're looking at this, how much power and control does she actually have? When a majority of this wheel has been filled up by people doing this to her. So she's fighting back to try and at least keep some aspect of herself in check. These reactions are of someone that's been hurt. Of someone that, like, literally, it's trying to trust the world, and at the same time, the world has been using her. The world has been hurting her a little bit. There's a lot of projection. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of everything that comes through with it. And it's rough, dude. It's rough. Imagine being in a world where, like, literally your schema is, I am not worthy enough. I am a Jinx. I can't be trusted. And everyone around you solidifies that core statement. Powder as a child was quite literally told you mess things up. You're like, and for herself, it's like, I'm not worthy. I'm a Jinx. These are some core statement ideas that she has for herself. Let's solidify that. These are her core statements, ideas. What have people done to prove otherwise, or to prove it? Let's talk about... my voice is cracking. Let's talk about that. What have people done to, like, literally cement this core schema that she has? They've left her. They've isolated her. They've called her names. Silco has at least tried to been there for her, right? In some way, shape, or form. Does he sometimes, like, gray out the truth? Yeah. People have hit her. What else? People have kept information from her. They minimize, denied, blame. But how have people gone against that? How have people tried to show her that she's scared about? Who has done that? This is wild. Like, exploring these elements of Powder and Jinx and Silco and the environment like this gives you a further, like, for me, it's a further understanding of who they are as individuals. Like, holy crap, dude. Hold on. I'm backing it up. Before you guys say anything, I'm backing it up. Screen? I know. Add therapists to that list in a relationship, and he's very unqualified. He's not. Yeah, exactly. She puts 100% trust into what Silco says because she's never had a reason not to trust him. So it's implied. Yeah, there's already a relationship built.
Here, there, chasing down dead ends. And guess what? They're not all dead.
I can explain.
Don't move, silly. I might hurt you.
I didn't know. Marcus never told me she was...
Look at her eyes and her facial expressions, though. From being this chaos incarnate to whenever being called out, being like that little kid reaction, bro. He's also making his priorities clear. Exactly. Silco has become dependent on Jinx. Yeah.
Isn't Stillwater.
But you found out she came back. You lied.
I wanted to protect you.
From what?
She and the Enforcer are back for the crystal. Not for you. Have you forgotten?
Look at the way that she's even, like, looking at him, dude. The way that her lips are even quivering. Her eyes, like, that deep centeredness as to trying to go out and find this truth. Trying to go out, like, it's...
How she left you. Who found you.
Her breathing.
Who cared for you. Gave you a home.
The way that he's trying to diffuse this is quite literally, I hate to put it this way, the way a lot of, like, toxic people in their relationships, like, try and keep the relationship together. But we've been together for 5 years. 4 years, however many years. Remember the time, like, who, like, you know, who dated you when you were breaking up? Yeah, who was there for you when your parents locked the door and didn't let you back in? Who, so on and so forth. The way that this is being said, yeah, this is how the leash is. But it's also the way that, like, guilt plays a huge component into this. I'll bring this up here right now, right? Because a lot of people have never really truly had an aspect like this. You can't leave me if I did so much for you. Exactly, Zero. You owe it to me. Yep. So, Nick, thanks so much for the sub, man. Appreciate it. We're only 20 minutes in, Nick. We're only 20 minutes in. This might be the longest episode in my channel of an analysis ever. It might be, yeah, I'm going to shut the fuck up. It's just, whoa. A mini long episodes. Well, I'll do a water check right now, but let's talk about that. I've had many clients where, just being straight up about it, in the past, they've gone ahead and were in a relationship turned sour, abusive. They would pull their neck down, like not even a good way. Like, they'd be doing nothing and they would grab their neck and pull them down. They would, if they were caught smoking, grab the cigarettes and burn them into their skin so that they could stop. If they were playing Apex or Fortnite and their partner told them, like, hey, you know, like, can you come over here for a second? And they weren't done playing their game, they would go ahead and go hit their partner. By the way, the person being abused is the one in counseling, clearly. Where so on and so forth. Like, they, like, for example, it even got to a point where, if you want to call it, they didn't know where the boundary line was, right? And they've been calling the crisis lines and 101 other aspects. Could even include things like slapping and 101 other physical aspects. Trigger warning, right? We're going into elements that are tough to talk about because this is very common. And a lot of people don't see the signs. Here's the thing. Boundaries need to be set. I'm going to be 100% clear with all of you guys. Boundaries need to be set. The moment that anybody overtakes any of your boundaries, that is not good. That is not okay. And that means that there is like clearly a fault of respect there. If there's no corrective action being done, then does that person truly care about you, or is it more of using you for something else? In a situation like that, it came to be where the main argument was like, I always loved you. I am there for you when no one else is there for you. No one else loves you the way I love you. You owe it to me. I've spent time getting to know you. You don't want to be alone forever. I'm here for you. Your family is bad for you because look at them. They don't understand a relationship. They don't understand how much I care about you. Situations, wording like that is so toxic, so manipulative, so everything, that it can get a person who has attachment issues to just stay so long until, like, you know, for a long time, until someone comes and breaks that power cycle, or until they have an agent of change for themselves. And sometimes all they want to do is go ahead and, like, you know, I'm gonna say it as like, you know, just in generalized statement, put a bullet through their head, because that's like they want to do something but they can't, because they don't have an agent of change with them, because they still have some sort of power, because they're not tied down and they can't just yell out all their frustrations and emotions at them, because even when they've tried to attempt to do it and do some aspect of change, they can't. And yeah, even for parents, guilting and aspects like that are still prevalent. They're still huge. Oof.
In your family.
This scene is so cursed. While Silco's using these manipulation tactics to isolate her, he is also not really wrong. If you have a foster daughter with psychological issues, with roots being hit and abandoned by, would you trust that person to meet with your father? Yeah. And that's the difficult part, Hostakub, which is, like, at what point do you establish what your own personal healthy boundaries are, right? Like, at what point, or how far are you willing to go? Like, are you trying to do it for the good of someone else, despite them, like, not seeing it that way? Or are you trying to do it with the intent of keeping someone, like, there against their will? Are you genuinely doing this out of the kindness of your heart and, like, actually responding with aspects of the truth? Or is there another intention behind it? And sadly, yeah, family does do that a lot. Even my family does that a lot, weirdly enough. Don't therapize loved ones too hard, or there can't be. Yeah, you can't be everything for everyone. Exactly. You really can't be everything for everyone. You can only be there for yourself, if we're going to be realistic about it. You can try and be there for friends as best as you can, but you should be there for yourself. And I think that's a big aspect through that. Vander may be parenting 3 children. Soko might be parenting 1 special needs child.
Everyone else betrays us. I need you. Now more than ever. You have to complete the weapon.
I hate seeing the needle, man. I hate seeing the needle. When it hits the I'll be honest, I've been thinking about getting, like, LASIK for my eyes. And, like, I know back in the day they would, like, do it, needless to say, seeing that needle, I know that now it's all lasers, but seeing that needle, I'm like,
It's beautiful.
Is it weird for me to think that, like, Honestly, as an autistic person who does have attachment issues, I have to fight to establish boundaries for myself, for both me and the person I'm attached to. So have the rationale of my brain trying to intercept the clingy paranoid side. Oh, Eternal. Yeah, no, especially if you're on the spectrum, it's quite hard, especially reading some of the cues. I'm not sure if you have issues like reading social cues or other cues out there, but for most of the individuals that I know that are on the spectrums and some friends of mine, it's pretty hard to establish that. He can't close it, so he microdoses it with shimmer to keep it moisturized. Yeah, yeah. For me, I find it interesting because I wonder if Kate, like, in a perfect world where Powder got the help that she needed, if Powder would be, like, still tinkering, but, like, in a more grown-up sense, like, maybe even fashion style or otherwise, closer to what we see in Kate in that way. And vice versa. But anyway.
If your people had your way, it'd be rubble and ash.
It's a misunderstanding. They think you work for Silco.
Your people hunt us.
True.
Like animals. Silco pays them to do it.
That's not possible. You're wrong.
Say that one more time.
I'll hydrate.
Echo,
I have
she believes
Powerade
saying,
here.
Okay, she's not your enemy.
Oh yeah? Then what's this?
You got it. You have to let me take that back.
What is it?
It's a gemstone. It was stolen during the attack by your sister.
You just forgot to mention that?
With this, someone with the right knowledge could build any hex tech device. If enforcers are becoming more aggressive.
Oh no.
We could beat Silco with this.
That won't solve things.
Oh
Easy for you
no.
to say? Your people aren't dying all around you.
Do you think Jinx could be autistic? Obviously, there's a lot of overlap going on between many autistic traits and things that you've established Jinx dealing with. I don't know. I mean, we could do a Rad Czar, but I don't know.
Echo, it's wrong what's been done to you. You'd be well within your rights to keep it. I couldn't blame you. But if you do, this cycle of violence will never stop.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on, because I gotta correct this. For the spectrum, it could be at any age with her. Before I continue with this, for being on the spectrum, especially for RADS R or any form of test, like actual diagnosis tests, it's usually from the ages of 3, 4, and up, all the way until adulthood. Whether it's staring, social constructs, whatever. Like it doesn't have to be like, oh, you needed to have trauma or experience something pathologically speaking at like 2 years old. It can just be missing some social developmental cues or aspects when even growing up, because I think 7, 8, 9, 10 is still crucial years as well. So we're backing it up just a little bit, just because like like I get that question quite a bit as well.
They're becoming more aggressive. That's why.
We could beat Silco with this.
Yeah.
That won't solve things.
Easy for you to say.
But hold on. That's why my comorbidity is huge, not in others. Thought spectrum was manifest during childhood. Not necessarily. A lot of people, for example, there is a RADS-R test online that a lot of people can go ahead and take. A lot of people are on the spectrum, just like really well-functioning individuals, because a lot of people think, for example, if I were to tell you you're on the spectrum, what do you guys think? What is the first thing that comes to mind when you guys think of that? And chat goes quiet. It's really good to clarify aspects like this for you, for those of you on YouTube, because there can be like misconceptions. Right. So this is what I'm asking is, so when a person says like, oh, you're on the spectrum, right? What does that mean for you? What is the first thought that comes to mind? A lot of people would be like missing social cues, right? However, there's motor skills, circumscribed interests, language, social development. There's a lot of different areas, categories for a person that can fluctuate in between, which is why comorbidity, like if you ever get properly diagnosed, like you might have like you might be, say, general anxiety disorder, GAD, one of the most common things out there, or major depressive disorder, right? But like, say that you have, because there are individuals out there who are on the spectrum, right? So they're on the autism spectrum, who might have BPD with comorbidity of, say, schizophrenia or another psychotic disorder, or even like DID or with anxiety and so on and so forth. Comorbidities are a very common thing inside of just the psychological field. So it's not just set to like one single thing. And this is why like it went from like labeling like you are, say, autistic or you are this thing to more of a spectrum based exemplary, because everyone can line up differently, and there are people who are excellent individuals who are completely, I guess, like function well in society, really don't like matter much, but guess what, they're so into I'm gonna go ahead and say like Gundam. They're so into Gundam. Gundam is their life. That is their circumscribed interest. They can tell you everything about Gundam. They see every Gundam show. They collect every Gundam model. They do every single Gundam thing out there. You know, they live a perfectly normal life. They can pick up on social cues. They can do so on and so forth. But their circumscribed interests strongly relate to being, at least having an aspect of, you know, like landing a little bit heavier on the circumscribed interest side of the spectrum. So that's why it's a spectrum element in that. They might also have trauma or whatever else that comes through with it. So that's why it's important to go ahead and like highlight this aspects. What's up, Belle from Discord? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. I can point out many yeah. The hard thing for me wasn't having special interest. It was grokking, and that not everyone has in that degree. Yeah. Used to only mean Asperger's or Tourette's. Now there's a wide range being highlighted that I never knew about. There is. And as our understanding of the brain and like developments and like just in general, like mental health keeps growing, the more that we're able to go out and add into it, which is quite nice. For a lot of people, they feel a diagnosis helps them. I'm doing excellent. Thanks so much for asking. I know it's been a while, so I appreciate you popping by.
That's why.
We could beat Silco with this.
That won't solve things.
Easy for you to say. Your people aren't dying all around you.
Echo, it's wrong what's been done to you. You'd be well within your rights to keep it. I couldn't blame you. But if you do, this cycle of violence will never stop.
So and this is what I love about this, right? Esto es lo que me encanta de esto. She's empathizing with them, and she's being very, very truthful about it. Yeah, Tourette's is on the spectrum, dude. Yeah. I believe so. But like showcasing this, and this is a big element. She's empathizing with them, and then she's being very truthful about what, like, you know, what's coming through with this. Generational cycles of violence, generational cycles of everything, I think is important to go ahead and identify. Do you want to continue on this cycle of hate, on the cycle of hurt, on the cycle of everything, or are you willing to go ahead and change and allow the room for growth and breathing in 101 other aspects? I'll throw this out there. Like, I guess I'll ask this. I'll ask this, right? How many of you were spanked as children or disciplined hard as children? And by hard, I mean like hard. Like, you know what hard is. Me. Chancla y cinturón. No, ¿por qué? No te dejaron escapar. Nope. I was spanked, but not that often. Yep. All the way until I started hitting back. How many of you are going to do that to your children? Do you think that's right for you? I'll be honest, not me. like, and it's not from the aspect of like, because culturally we all have different cultures, we all have different expectations as to what it means to go ahead and like discipline or, you know, bring up your child in an environment. No, I'm not going to question the cultural aspect. What I'm questioning is the trauma and the fear that instills in kids, right? I meme about the chancla. Yeah, because the chancla is a pretty good meme, right? And there's a difference between like bad and like bad, like bad. You know, there's a big difference between like a slap on the wrist and then like actual physical discipline, like hitting, throwing a kick or anything like that. Because like, what does that establish but like a set of trauma, right? There's a lot of people who, when you look at it, generational cycles of trauma have continued. Like, I'll never be like my dad, I'll never be like my mom, and slowly but surely they start like, you know, formulating into that aspect. Like, that starts slowly but surely coming true, and you're like, but I'm trying to break the cycle. And sometimes you might be the start that starts like breaking that, like the chains that have been built for a long time. And it might end with your kids finally breaking that cycle, or maybe their kids breaking the cycle. But you can be the change for that if you wanted to. Pretty happy about that.
This is our best shot at setting the record straight. This city needs healing. More than I ever realized. Please, let me help you.
You got a plan?
I have a friend on the council. Let me take the gemstone to him. He'll listen to me. Your people wouldn't have to hide anymore.
One condition. I'm the one who gives it to them.
Oh shit.
Well, the form is crude, but the engineering is inspired.
You think they could crack Hextech?
It's a leap.
It's been suggested that they may have found a way to utilize the gemstone. If we are to assume the worst, that would mean they've turned it into a weapon.
Well, do we know this for certain?
We can't afford to wait.
The fact that Victor is just like casually moving these parts, bro, like this ball might fucking go. We don't know that. Like, I know Victor's really fucking good and hit like. Oh no. Oh, Victor.
Wait to find out.
You have like, Victor has like balls of steel, dude. He's a scientist willing to take like, he has
Wait, what are you suggesting?
We should prepare our own countermeasures.
You want us to build weapons?
Absolutely not. That is not why we invented Hextech.
We would shatter any attempt at peace.
Bruh.
Heimerdinger would never go for this.
Heimerdinger's inaction is what brought us here. You said so yourself.
Oh, dude, no.
Peace is already broken, Jace. I'm only asking you to prepare to defend your people.
You need to go. Like, Senor Pinguino, do you agree that she needs to go? She needs to go. Yeah, that's what I thought. She needs to go, man. yo. Mel's way of manipulation. Honestly, the way that she manipulates him is so soft, right? It's like the soft form of like, but you said this. It's setting him up to make this decision and then incorporating that decision back into that logic. It's her vision that she's like softly pushing into that. Like, into him agreeing with it because it was his words. This is powerful stuff, dude. Like,
absolutely not. That is not why we invented Hextech.
We would shatter any attempt at peace. Heimerdinger would never go for this.
Heimerdinger's inaction is what brought us here. You said so yourself.
Oof.
The peace is already broken, Jace. I'm only asking you to prepare to defend your people. If we're lucky, we'll never need to use it. The decision is yours.
Oof.
Ridiculous. You cannot be considering this.
What if she's right? Are we just gonna stay?
Actually, true, your people, and it cuts to Victor. Oh, the misery, boys. Oh, the misery. This hurts. This hurts twofold because all of a sudden, is Victor even worth looking at? Oh fuck, this hurt. The more I think about Victor, the more that like it hurts, man. The more I think about Victor, the more I'm like, fuck, dude. Victor is like nothing but like been trying to go ahead and do good. Like, this entire time, Victor's been really, really smart and probably fundamental to the entire council. But Heimerdinger never brought him up as well. Like, he was like the vice whatever, right? In Jace, Victor's looked down upon. With the council, they don't talk to Victor, they talk to Jace. Ooh. Like, holy shit, dude. Victor, like, if we're looking at it, like, it's literally like, I hate to put it this way, everyone else is sort of like in the higher stratosphere, right, of class, and here comes a low class, like, interacting with everyone above, and everyone's like, just ignores them. They're not real. I've been in a situation like that where I don't want to drop bombs. I don't want to drop bombs here. But essentially, let's just say that some conversations, some psych conventions or whatnot are a little fucking wild and stupid at times. Because you have individuals that go out there and be like, trauma is bad. Whoa! Amazing study! Whoa, you gave a 3-minute speech, you're amazing! And then it's like, okay guys, look, this is exactly why we need to go ahead and take video games and anime seriously, and this is how it's helping out cognitive function, and here's a 30-minute presentation with research, like, you know, whatever, and they're like, but video games are bad? Whatever. On to the next one. Person from a private uni comes in, 4-minute presentation. The brain is important. No references. Whoa! Fucking phenomenal! Whoa! We should put them in our psychology magazine today. Not the people that showcased any actual research in their thing. The people that gave, yeah. But like the aspect that comes through that is like, you know, some people might go ahead and like put their all into things and get ignored based on their statuses or based on the fact that they perceive them not to have any power going over. Emoji is here. They become invisible. And even at parties, let's put it this way. There's like, have you ever gone to a party or to a situation where you've turned invisible? I have. I'm usually a very out there and talkative person and whatnot. Not gonna lie. Like, if we go to a party, I can probably meet up with everyone, make friends with everyone pretty quickly. But there's been some parties where everyone's into their own cliques and you're sort of invisible. And even if it's like previous like partner, someone you're interested in, someone you're dating, they might pay more attention to everyone else. It might not even ever check up on you. And you might even become invisible to them. Whew. And that's what I'm saying is like the invisibility aspect is true. So it's an invisible caste system in academia. Yeah. And pretty much everything as well. Like,
stand by while they attack us? We're scientists, not soldiers. We have the knowledge to defend ourselves. We agreed Hextech was to improve lives, not to take them. We may not have a choice.
Oh no. Jinx, you're a fucking monster, dude. Even for Jace, dude, like, oh my god, that's such a scary situation to be in. Holy shit. Holy shit.
There is always a choice.
Yeah.
I need to think.
And Victor's right. There is always a choice in the way that we go ahead and even make a decision, in the way that we implement things, in the way that we interact with one another. I feel like people too often try and be like, I want action right now. I want this, I want that, I want that. Just remember, guys, like, even at the end of the day, there are abilities for, like, there is time and there is concepts for us to be able to take a step back, breathe, and remember that there are other options available. Wow. As he diffuses the bombs, there's always a choice. I am impressed by this episode. Can you guys tell? Can you guys genuinely tell that I am impressed by this episode? I hope you can, because what the fuck, bro? What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Hey. What the fuck, dude? I did not think that this episode... We are 25 minutes in, essentially. We are 25 minutes in, essentially. Which also isn't fair, to be honest. No, there's been some episodes that stand out. 3 definitely stands out. 6, 5 was pretty good, but this episode is... It's taking a cake, because now that it's establishing all these character dynamics, it's really hitting home. Oh yeah, you're impressed. And Prince Razor, what's up, dude? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Holy shit, dude. All in all, though, I'm going to be straight up. Like, looking at a situation like this, looking at everything that's happening, it's just like... 7 is the best. Prime rib, it is. And I think the rewatch value in this might be a show that even after we're done watching, I might just throw it up and watch it on, like, watch it later on by myself, like, no stops. Because, holy fuck, dude. Like, the impact that this show has, and, everything is like, fucking amazing, dude. It's that good shit. It's that good shit. It's better the more you watch it. Well, my thing is, think about it. We're 7 episodes in, and it's already been like it's basically gonna take the top spot for my favorite show ever. Favorite show I've ever fucking seen. It's pretty much gonna take it. I love catching all the foreshadowing. I gotta ask you guys this though, like, genuine question. When it comes to a lot of the shows, a lot of the other individuals, like people that have seen this, have they caught on to like as many of the themes and stuff out there, like big conversation elements like this? Or am I the only weirdo that does like 4-hour long, 5-hour long episodes for like, some have, okay, some yes, some no. Alright, cool. Because I'm like, sometimes I feel like I'm the only one that's throwing out like 6-hour long content, like analysis breakdown. There's a weirdo that has 90 plus. Hey, there we go. That's awesome, dude. There's a lot of dialogue and actions that work better without pausing, but I'm glad we have the analysis. Yeah, and I'm sure there is, but like that's the main purpose of the channel, though, is to analyze, right? A lot of reactors are not very big on media literate. Most of them get the big themes. Yeah, I mean, 4-hour analysis is like half of this episode. Oh, well, I'm glad. And I think that's awesome that people are picking up and people are making videos about this show, because this show's, man, this show's amazing. And it's really, really fucking good, guys. Maybe everyone can cook, but not everyone can be Gordon Ramsay. True. And I actually like appreciate all of you guys being here. You guys are absolutely amazing. And you guys have made this journey a lot easier and a lot better. In terms of like actually being able to watch it and explain and talk about it. And on it, yeah. Well, I mean, psychology helps us understand everything, Most reactors I've seen, episode 7 is your favorite. With that being said, though, YouTube, hi, appreciate you. This was part 1. You guys are probably going to get part 2 edited onto this, unless the editors decide to throw this up and tell you guys that part 2 is going to be tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're probably going to go until like 4 or 5 p.m., probably 4 p.m., 5 p.m., somewhere around there, because I have to go and do some IRL stuff as well. Plus, I got to finish homework and stuff. It's my finals week. So we are stopping at 25 minutes in. We are stopping and going back and rewinding, ladies and gentlemen, because we have just done over 4 hours and 30 minutes worth of Arcane for half the episode. This might be an 8-hour episode, maybe. Who the fuck knows? All right, starting it off. Why don't we go 22? Yeah, this is a good starting point. All right, here we go. You guys ready? Set, let's go.
We wouldn't have to hide anymore.
One condition. I'm the one who gives it to them.
Well, the form is crude, but the engineering is inspired.
You think they could crack Hextech?
Do you think... Hold on. Now, this is a real question just off of that. Do you think that if Jinx or Powder, you know, would have, like, let's say, been picked up in a similar way, Victor would have noticed their talent to come to this university or not? Like, just based off of the fact that, like, yeah, their work is crude, but the fact that they can tinker so well and they can do all of these abilities, all of these things, like, in a global, in a wider setting, I think that's pretty important, right? I think that's a skill worth noting. Well, now, would they be popular or would they gain any sort of power? I don't know about that, but at least with their capabilities of actually like ingenuity, you know, I'm like, the Academy is pretty classic. They're too uptight for Powder. Even the cute small version. Oh, Jeb, don't hurt me like that. But yeah, no, it might be. It just might be. But then it makes me wonder as well, what brought Victor on board? Like, what specifically? Because knowing that he's from the lanes, you know, knowing that he's from the lanes, well, how did they manage to get Victor on board? Would she even want to go there? Probably not, but I'm just talking about, like, potentiality. I'm not talking about the actual aspect of it, but, like, let's say that she was out there with their skills, could potentially she be picked up on that, right? They would be interested in looking for someone, like, in the lanes. True. Oh, Victor pretended to be from Piltover. It was a con. That makes more sense. Absolutely.
It's a leap.
It's been suggested that they may have found a way to utilize the gemstone. If we are to assume the worst, that would mean they've turned it into a weapon.
Well, do we know this for certain?
We can't afford to wait to find out.
Wait, what are you suggesting?
We should prepare our own countermeasures.
You want us to build weapons?
Absolutely not. That is not why we invented Hextech.
We would shatter any attempt at peace. Heimerdinger would never go for this.
Heimerdinger's inaction is what brought us here. You said so yourself. The peace is already broken, Jace. I'm only asking you to prepare to defend your people. If we're lucky, we'll never need to use it.
Why did my brain go all American for a second? I was like, okay, finding a way to defend your people using Hextech, right? Let's further go into this, right? My brain immediately went into, like, you know, Hextech bullets. You throw one out there, you destroy an entire building. you shoot it at people, boom, it just completely encapsulates them. Or, like, you know, something where Hextech can go ahead and keep its destructive potentiality. But still, that is terrifying. And I think we've seen, like, of course, one of the most famous quotes out there with Oppenheimer, you know, like, I am death, or whatever. Are you going to listen to mommy? True. Like, in terms of what an individual holding massive power or creating a massive form of destruction can do to an individual, right? Nothing wrong with being able to defend yours and yourself. Yeah. Yeah.
The decision is yours.
White and blue American. Hey.
You cannot be considering this.
What if she's right? Are we just going to stand by while they attack us?
We're scientists, not soldiers. We have the knowledge to defend ourselves. We agreed Hextech was to improve lives, not to take them. We may not have a choice.
I find this scene beautiful. Hold on. Here's why. This argument in terms of what science should be used for is an argument that's classically done throughout the ages. And I'll leave this off to you. Should science be used in one way for the betterment of society, for weapons of mass destruction, or for both? What do you think that the advancements in technology should be more focused in? Is it one, do you feel like we would be in a better state if we just focused on like bettering ourselves, right? Or do you feel like the way that we've gone in terms of like, you know, technology being pushed in an environment that it's used for war is more appropriate in that setting? I think in one way, this is just my own thoughts here. I think in one way you can't have one without the other, because as you advance for the betterment of yourself, it also advances other areas of technology that might end up being useful for harm as well. Like it and or hate it, right? As you advance from one aspect to another, it's like it plays hand in hand, right? Exactly, knocked out. Exactly, mate. Exactly. Are militarily significant, whether you focus on the potentiality is largely irrelevant. I mean, that depends, because some aspects of technology aren't necessarily militarily significant. So, for example, there are certain indicatives of, like, say, philosophy, right? Philosophical, I'm just talking about, like, research in general, right? Not necessarily technology. Some philosophical research, like, for an individual meeting all their Maslow's hierarchy of needs, perfect, right? For individuals out in the middle of a war zone, probably the wrong time to go into a philosophical address through that. Your tribe invents a better plow, your tribe has more food. Yeah, and I agree with you on that, whether absolutely. Like when it comes to like technological advancement, though, at the end of the day, no matter what, it does end up serving both purposes there. It's neutral and often uncomfortable. Stemmed from military tech. Yep. Yeah. But this is why I'm highlighting this aspect, right? Because it seems to be a hot button issue for a lot of people. A lot of people immediately think, oh, this is happening because of this, without, like, you know, for example, we have the internet, and as you pointed out, right, it was military tech until it started to go for more and more people. Okay, cool. What is it like? You know, what do we use it for now? Entertainment, radar, and 101 other aspects. We can take a look at that, right? How do we use GPS now? How did they use GPS back then? There's a lot of times where technology, like, we get wonders of technology, and I feel like, even looking back, let's take a 30-year time span, shall we? From almost 30 years ago, 93 to now. From 1993 till now, how much has technology advanced? I feel like technology in the past 30 years has advanced more than in most other time periods in terms of like electronic technology, right? Because I remember getting the Game Boy Color or Game Boy Advance and being like, this is it, man. This is fucking peak technology. The graphics, pristine. This, pristine. PlayStation and PlayStation 2, pristine. Those are graphics, man. And I feel like in 30-year time periods, now we have, like, really close to photorealism in video games. You know? And our technology keeps on advancing. And, of course, it's also used for military purposes. But it's just wild to think about how quickly technology has advanced in that. Seven polygon. Yeah, exactly.
There is always a choice. I need to think.
Dude, Daddy Victor, though. Holy shit. Victor, is that you, bud? Actually, true, Dark. I didn't even think about it that way. Victor made the choice to not blow them up in the threat of Hextech. Oof. Oof. But then I feel like the blame would have been placed on the Lanes again if he did that, right? See, this is why we can't trust the Lanes. They took our chairman, you know, and all of a sudden it would have been more and more, you know, I guess like aspects of just hate being redirected towards the Lanes there. But absolutely true. Did he carve onto his leg? Are these carvings or is this markings? Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Did Victor carve into his legs what looks like some of the runes? Victor. Oh, dude. Well, that's what I'm thinking, Starman. I'm like, is it cut or is it drawn on? Because from my perspective, it could be both at the moment. I'm looking at it in my screen and I'm like, that's the blood. Yeah. 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 Ah.
What are they? We call them firelights. Never seen so many, though.
You know what I've just noticed, though? Kate's been in the underground. And unlike all the other enforcers, which are like... Kate has never once complained. Like, Kate is not, like, running to get her, like... Whoa. Okay, well, wait a minute. She's for the... I'm not saying she's for the streets. I'm just saying, like, she's, like... It's amazing to see that, like... I guess for Kate, it doesn't really matter. Like, she just wants to do what she feels is right. And, like, it doesn't matter the environment that she's in or where she's going for. The air is cleaner down there since... Probably not, like, the best, right? Like, in terms of, like... The air is probably still a little unhealthy, but it can be breathed. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, no. No. Jinx, you're waiting for them. Jinx. Jinx. No. I didn't think this is how this episode would start turning into. No, no, no. Jinx. Yeah, she knows where she has to intercept the crystal. How will this hurt you, though? Is this what's literally going to cause a divide between you and your sister now? How far are you willing to go? Are you willing to hurt your sister for this? Are you even like... Because in the process, you're hurting yourself. And, I'm just going to shut the fuck up. Jinx, blow me away. This is... Oh, man. The aspect of her planning ahead. Yeah, I mean... no. Oh no. Oh, okay. The way that this, like, the way this is shot, man, it's like raising my anxiety. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's like he's about to inject himself. Mom figure walking in. I'm like, oh fuck, oh fuck. Oh.
I'm worried I have to do something I never thought I would.
That's cute. That is cute. Jace is Thor. Raise your anxiety in Arcane? What? No, it's legit, like, slowly but surely, like, starting to push elements of, like, how do I put it? Like, the way that this is being shot, this is being filmed, you're seeing it. It's like a train that you know it's about to fucking derail, and there's nothing that you can do to stop it, because it's just chugging on by, and it's picking up speed, and there's nothing that you can do for it. It is terrifying. It is terrifying. Heimerdinger Donger. Blood Tech. Shimmer Blood Tech. Oh my god. Yeah, I love the fact that he doesn't commit fully and the Hex Court just exactly pulls him in. It's the point of no return. Everything's been, like, initiated. Everything's been started. Like, even looking at elements like this, right? This is wild. Oh man. What the fuck is episode 9 going to be? Like, if we're already coming into this and there's already a lot of moving pieces, all the pieces have been moving since, like, before even episode 1. Like, there's a bunch of moving pieces. It feels like now we're getting into, like, some big transformational moments, and I'm like, we're still 2 episodes away from the finale. The Shimmer is just a fortifier so you cannot die while doing Hex Tech. This is all Hex Tech real. But nonetheless, the Shimmer is still an aspect that neurologically impacts you. So because there is a difference in your body, and it's not just you, it is still an impact in it, right? So for example, if you were to use a substance, right? It could be anything from, like, caffeine to whatever. If it's a hard substance, it would be like, oh, that, you know, that substance is altering your body, your perception or whatnot. So Shimmer is still a drug that has a strong neurological effect, in that it is still transformative in of nature as much as Hextech is as well. That is terrifying. Like, I'm scared that, like, Victor is going to turn into a monster or something. True. Actually, I agree with you. He probably would have been dead without the Shimmer, though.
Bye.
Vi, do you feel it?
I can't leave her again.
You can't change her.
Oh no.
I have to try.
Oh no.
Don't get yourself killed.
No promises. It's been real, Cupcake. Thanks.
Bro, my heart, every single time they go for it. Oh, man. Every single time that they go for this, like, for both Echo and Kate in this whole environment, like, this is, If Jinx is seeing this, how would she feel? How would you guys feel if you guys saw something like this? The grabbing the neck, whoa. Oh no. Oh no.
Shut up. It's just a goodbye hug. She wouldn't do that. Not again.
I love how Jinx is trying to, like, in a big way. Let's talk about just self-talk, right? Because I think that this is what's awesome of that, right? Like, Jinx is working through those intrusive thoughts and auditory hallucinations that like she's hearing, right? But let's talk about it. How bad can your intrusive thoughts get? Legitimately speaking, how bad can they get? I'll be honest, sometimes it can be pretty bad for a lot of people. Like, and I don't just mean like pretty bad for people. I mean like to the point where they hear intrusive thoughts for everything, like kick this, do this. It's like every single time that like they don't have an area of quiet in their brain. Intrusive thoughts can break down your like, you know, what you thought you had like secure self-esteem, other aspects like this. If you do have intrusive thoughts and you're in the chat, how do you guys manage them? What do you guys usually do to go ahead and manage them? I mean, intrusive thoughts can have gotten people in a lot of trouble, you know? I do a big deep breathing first, yeah, when I'm starting to think and stuff. People think Jinx is mentally/emotionally weak. I think people think I think she's very strong. It takes a lot of work to work on it. Exactly. Actually, Hypocrite, I'm going to state this. Jinx is not like... First off, people using mentally weak to describe a character or psyche, no. That is actually very stigmatizing, where you're telling that just because, like, you're seeing the disorder first rather than the person, and you're saying if you have a disorder, that a person is weak. No. A person is very, like, resilient, is very strong to be able to deal with the everyday situations that comes with having any form of mental health diagnosis, any form of mental health disorders, or mental health illness, or whatever that may be. It takes 101 more steps to even start at the same equal playing line, right? No, you can call this auditory hallucination cross stage, or more internal auditory hallucinations, if that. But it's still nonetheless bringing the thoughts of intrusive thoughts up to mind, which is why we're talking about it. Vi is in a mentally weak state than Jinx, all things considered. I mean, emotionally, you can say that they are emotionally more predisposed to, you know, trying to sort out their feelings. But again, what is mentally weak? Let's classify that. Let's break this down. Because I've seen people use this for other characters and other animes as well, where they're like, oh, they're mentally weak, or this person's like mentally weak or emotionally weak. What does that mean? You mean vulnerable? Vulnerability is a big one, yeah. Vulnerability is a good word. If you're saying, oh, they might, you know, they might be a bit of a hothead, I would agree with you. But if we start considering vulnerability with weakness, then all of a sudden, it's stigmatizing even showing forms of vulnerability. I.e., a person being really stressed out, maybe crying, you might consider them weak, rather than them trying to be vulnerable and maybe asking for help. Could be. Sounds super American. Mentally weak sounds super American to me. That kind of language has been on a decline here for a while. This is what I'm talking about it with her, because it's not even just that. I've seen a lot of people from many places use mentally weak to describe a person being vulnerable, or to describe a person having even a mental health diagnosis or having something like this. I think for me, Jinx is going through a lot of emotions, right? Jinx is on a wide roller coaster of emotions with her ups and her downs and everything in between. I don't think she's weak. I think she's vulnerable. I think she's Like, you want to support and love all of these characters, but you know that there are flaws, right? She doesn't put up walls or masks like others do. Exactly. She's honest to a fault. Yeah. So this is why we're highlighting this, because for me, it's like Vi, is trying to find that vulnerability and is trying to heal. Jinx is, 101 things there. Kate as well, if we're going to be honest, like she's had huge moments of growth in the lanes with Vi and with everyone else. So they're all going through transformational periods. And honestly, I think at some point or another, we've all been in a transformational period similar.
Halt! What the hell is this?
Sir, I have proof. Silco's behind everything.
Oh no.
Show me.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
Shit.
Oh no, dude. Oh no. Oh no, brother. Oh. Why? Oh. I would have been like, let's do this internally. I'll show you a safer place. Probably knows that he's corrupt, but now oh, bro, this is gonna turn into a bloody mess, isn't it? I really hope that Piltover doesn't just fucking blow up this bridge and it's like, fuck the lanes. They can figure shit out for themselves. This is all the lanes' fault. We're blowing this whole thing up. There's a big clear separation now. Figure your own way out. Because that would be absolutely horrible and atrocious from an element like this. Especially seeing how things have been like progressing and stuff. Marcus has a mustache now. What the fuck? My dude really just... Oh no. Oh no. Echo!
Liar.
This, her reaction to this, what does that remind you of? This is such a cool moment, but for Jinx's reaction to this, what does that remind you of? I'm going to be straight up. I have, like, I mentioned that I do a lot of group therapy, individual sessions with kiddos, adults, everyone ranging from all ages. It reminds me of a kid that's about to throw a tantrum because things aren't going their way. Because things are going exactly the opposite that they thought it was, So, like, and even through that, yeah, if the Firelight's leader don't know who the sheriff is, well, even through that, let's take this a step further. How would you react in a situation like this? It'd be fucking frustrating. It would be. It's not even just about the appropriateness of the reaction, because we all react in different ways that is appropriate to the situation, right? But, like, oof. You thought that your sister was doing the right thing. Seeing her run back into this, as honest as Oh shoot, dude.
Liar.
Oh no. Oh no.
I told you to leave this alone.
Oh no, here come the firelights. Wait a minute. Bro, I would be running if I saw a bunch of firelights running my way. Nah. Oh shit! Wait a minute! Jinx! It's a trap! What the fuck? Okay, that was actually pretty beautiful. I'm not gonna lie to you. That is like such a beautifully destructive method, and it like it encapsulates. If Jinx had gone to Heimer school, oh, dude, that was like my love for Jinx grows with every single like, I don't know, every single time that like it shows more and more of her. Like, just her capabilities and how everything's been in the background. Like, we've seen her working on this stuff in the background, not really in an area of importance, right? Like, not really, like, highlighting, like, here, remember this. This is gonna come back in the future. Like, not like that, but it's just, like, you know, tinkering in the background. And it pops up and it's there. And it's like, whoa, wait a fucking minute. Like, oh, wait a minute, dude. My love grows. Oh no. Oh no. She doesn't even look, dude. She's just going for it. Wow. The positions are reversed now. She has complete and total power over this. She, like, whoa. Like, talk about quite literally, like, the big shift, especially the parallels from, you know, Vander being in the bridge and the bridge being used as, like, you know, a big confrontational method between both, and how the power dynamics have just completely shifted now. Is Jinx gonna bring the destruction of Piltover? Sorry if that sounds weird, but the more that this is highlighting things, like, now that I'm thinking about it, Jinx has been quite literally, like, since the very beginning, been, like, introduced to, and Vi as well, the horrors that is, like, this world, this environment that they're in, right? Is she the agent of change? Jace was the agent of change for Piltover a little bit, right? For Hextech. But is Jinx going to go ahead and be the other agent of change as well for Piltover? Like, it's rhetorical. I ask rhetorical questions because for me, I'm like looking at this and this is ringing a bell of like the parallels, and the beauty of this writing is like showcasing, for example, Jace going into his studies and kind of being corrupted a little bit by being in a position of power, and there's still studies and friends, and you have to waver back and forth. And Jinx, right, trying to be in a loving environment and being corrupted by the environment and the stressors and the trauma and everything that's going through, and Piltover still being there, and her probably being one of the biggest agents of change possible for everyone. Draco Nico, thanks so much for subbing. I appreciate it, man. It means the world. The power dynamics in a place do not support peaceful options. Man, this is a tough one. I'm not even gonna lie. Like,
Don't mind. Tell my daughter.
Okay, I'll tell her. Tell my daughter I. Oh no, Marcus, that hurts. But at the same time, dude, like, it would have gone smoother if you would have just allowed them through. Jinx just scored a pentakill. Then what? In all seriousness, okay, you destroy Piltover, and then you start the revolution. I.e., once Piltover is destroyed, you all like. I'm gonna put it this way: if Piltover gets destroyed at any point in time, it is one of the biggest flares that war is to come. Not only just war between Zelane and Piltover, I mean war between the other friends that are already looking at Piltover and the lanes and whatever else is going on out there, because Piltover is already in a weakened state. And if Piltover is destroyed in any big capacity, it's like a big red flag, like saying like, hey, we need help. And like everything's like burning down, you know? That's why I'm like, it's not so much about destroying Piltover as it is about sending a message, right? And I think that's a big thing through this is how can Jinx send the message? How can Jinx go ahead and be the agent of change that needs to happen here? I mean, the destroying is kind of the easier part. Yeah. Yeah. At the same time, it could just be Jinx letting out her emotions, as we're clearly seeing in this bridge scene. Like, this is already getting to a point where it's a bit wild, man. It's a bit wild. Oh, no. Interesting. Hold on. Interesting how we're getting the, like, quite literally in a very similar shot to the opening where half her face is covered in darkness, and like the colors to showcase like what evil is with the same drawings that were like, you know, drawing over people, over environments, over things as evil, as malicious, as whatever. And the thing is, you don't even need to have any form of anything, derealization, depersonalization aspects, so any type of hallucination to already start having a skewed schema, right? Schema is the way that we look at the world. This is, oof. Vi tries to cover Kate and Kate pushes her out. Oh, man. Oh, man. You're right. Vi does try to cover her, and oof. Oh shit. Ooh. 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 When can we get Echo on Tony Hawk Pro Skater? Because holy fuck, dude. Oof. She's stealing my sister. Well, yeah, think about it this way. She's stealing my sister. An enforcer is stealing my sister. Like, that's my sister, you know. Oof.
Go!
Oh, look who it is. The boy savior.
Bro. Wait. Also, hold on. I'm sorry, before we even continue. My boy. Whew. Hold on. Can someone send me a screenshot of this, please? Please? Oh shit. I love this. Oh my god, do I love this. Oh my god, do I fucking love this. Let's talk about it, right? Let's talk about it in just an instance, right? This is what I find interesting, is that it's showing us like both child versions of themselves. It's a show don't tell, but even through that, it's also, for me, it's highlighting an aspect of self-perception and identity through that. How are they viewing each other and why? And I love the fact that they're transforming into their adult selves throughout this, right? So even after just a little while, we get Powder back in her powder form, or Jinx back into powder form, right? Seeing this, like, for me, this is like, whoa. Because even the teasing, even the everything, it's like the crow behind Jinx and Firelight. Yeah. And they're each with their own respective efforts, and it's like this is fucking beautiful storytelling. Holy shit! Isn't it interesting? And this is what I truly find fucking amazing, is in one click, Powder went to Jinx. Actually, true. She does shoot like Milo, doesn't she? So, look, this one click turns Powder into Jinx. Ooh. And she stays that way. Meanwhile, he's still the kid that's trying to go and steam ahead. This is beautiful fucking storytelling through this. The crow versus the Firelight. Who's gonna win? The whole rewinding aspect for me makes it for me. He got shot. My man got fucking shot. Right? The crow seems stronger. My man got shot in, like, I know it's his breath, like, sort of like the main targeted area. If you get shot, then pretty much game over type of thing. He rewinds it. I wonder if in an aspect through this, it's also, can he use his ability on others? Like, if this is an ability that he has to go forward and back, maybe, can he use this on others as well? Because for me, it feels like Jinx is now just Jinx. It's solidifying. It's just Jinx, right? And Echo trying to find Powder through this. Powder's not there. It's just Jinx, right? Even through this kid mentality where it was just one click and Jinx is just there. How many times did he use it and we never knew during the show? Ooh, actually true. It's a game they played when they were kids. We were picturing the same choreography. It can be. This is could be a mock bottle. Could be both. Ooh. Oh. Don't. She's gonna shoot you, dude. Don't. Oh, that's even worse. Wait. Oh, he sees Powder finally in there. Oh. But then the suicidal... Yeah. Ooh. Echo's too good of a boy. Yeah, mods, get him out of here. Wherever the mods are. Everyone, mod check until one of the mods arrive. Get him out of here. Go, mods. Alright, I got it. I think I did. Jinx could have shot and she didn't. Then Echo hesitates and Jinx says, it's okay, I'll do it for you. And she wants to end it. Well, my thing is, a lot of people... Suicidal ideation and suicidal tendencies like this are very prevalent in a lot of individuals with mental health issues, of course, right? Like, but when it comes to BPD and other big, like, you know, just big diagnosis in general, seeing someone hurt like this, and hurt like... Oof. I'm surprised that, like, man, that she's still in there, though. I'm surprised that she's still in there. I'm surprised that, like, you know, she allowed this moment to happen, and yet she did go for that, you know, pulling out the bomb. How does she survive this? If she survives this. Maybe Vi is really the agent of change, and... Oh. Bro, I would give anything to save Powder. I would give anything to save Jinx at this moment. Like, like she needs a good, you know, help. She needs some help. Vi can love Jinx, can love both Jinx and Powder. She just can't wrap her head around Jinx yet. Right. Oh. What the fuck? If she survives for any fucking reason, and Jinx is just there, is this a metaphorical way of them killing off Powder? Or even, oh my god, my brain is fucking rumbling now. I can't. She has to live. I can't, bro. Like, she's literally been like one of the biggest forms and factors of change for everyone. There's no fucking way. No. Echo too. Like, no. They wouldn't. It's a Netflix show. They wouldn't. They wouldn't. They fucking wouldn't. Oh. Let's talk about this a little bit, because this was a heavy episode. This was a very, heavy episode. Fuck, dude, we've lost all the friends along the way, but it's the destruction that matters. You said they couldn't kill kids, but they did it. What else is she going to do? She lost. Echo wants to kill her, but she may have hesitated at the moment, but he wants her dead. She killed a lot of his friends, and he's the leader of a gang. But I mean, okay, Cross Stevens, when it comes to that, it also hits the aspect of what does it mean for him to, because he thought that it was just Jinx now. He stopped because he saw powder in there. And that's where that comes in, right? That moment of seeing someone or something familiar. That moment of familiarity. Man. That hurts. This episode really hurt. And this episode is, I feel like every episode is adding layers upon layers upon layers into every character here. And it's, wow. Wow, like, holy shit. Holy shit, guys. My mind is blown a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, this episode encapsulated so much growth, so much character dynamics, and even just the way that they play. And I'm just rewinding back just a little bit to this, right? So, for example, this little aspect here. And the more that we think about it, why showcase this? This is what's been running through my mind. Your emoji filter is showing. That's fine. I mean, considering that it's been over 5-6 hours in total for one episode, 5 hours, that's totally fine. When it comes to this, though, specifically, what do the aspects of play mean? Like, what, like, and them, like, encapsulating it in this way. Like, the way that they encapsulate this, there's no sound, by the way. The way that they take positions and they each take their thing, like their like moment of strife for this. For me, it's a really, really awesome encapsulation of, like, I've talked about this, the way that kids play. We play by either the stick or the rope. We try and connect with others and try and, like, lift each other's up, or we try and play games that are very, like, player versus player, or like hitting one another, BB gun fights, whatever you guys want to go ahead and call them. Having these two elements of different play here, I think it's beautiful. And like, at the same time, even as adults, like, I'll ask you guys this: how do you guys play? Some people play rope games like D&D, where they connect with other people and they try and go ahead and advance. Others play by doing martial arts. And when they look around her, he's separated. Reunion caused all this to. Some play League of Legends. Yeah, some play League of Legends. Whoa. Beautiful fucking shit, guys. Beautiful episode. Beautiful encapsulation of just them in general through this. Like, even just their dynamics and aspects through this. Let me back it up a little bit. Because this betrayal and just everything, and showcasing Jinx's power dynamic being present here. And I find it interesting that even at the very end, when Jinx is down on the ground, let me get to it, right? Jinx doesn't let anybody else have that control over her, and she decides to take matters in her own hands like that. Even while presenting as powder, maybe not allowing Echo to do it, but still, whoa. All right, mods, can you throw up a poll for me, please? Because overall, I this episode 7 gets like a solid 9.5 out of 10. It had a lot to analyze, a lot to be able to go ahead and get in there and dig in deep. Pretty sure there's gonna be hundreds of other concepts to go ahead and get in there. Mods, if you're in there, let me know, because I need a poll, mates. I need a poll. We have so many mods, and yet not all of them are in here. Let me ask real quick if they are. If they're not, I'm just gonna be like, mods, what the fuck you doing? Okay, can I get a poll? Do you guys want to do episode 8, the first couple of minutes of episode 8? Or shall we wait till Friday? What do you guys think? So, shall we start episode 8, and then we'll do part 2 whenever Friday comes around? Or shall we wait and start it on Friday, knowing that it might be a multiple episode part. Starberry, yo, what's up? How you doing? You beautiful individual. I will say this, guys. Arcane has been blowing my mind like 110%. Also, can we get a shout out for Starberry, please? They're an absolutely amazing streamer. They're incredible. Absolutely incredible. Show them some love and support. How have you been, Starberry? But, guys, on YouTube, if you guys liked what we talked about, especially all 5+ hours of content and whatnot, come and join. We tend to do this every Friday and Sunday, but throughout the week, especially as we see that these episodes are getting longer and longer and longer. I don't know how else to put it. Like, come and join, because we are doing multiple parts, because there's a lot to go ahead and analyze every single episode that we go in here. Come and join. Show some love and support, ladies and gentlemen, as more than likely by the time this is up, Friday will probably be part 2 of episode 8. So come and join us. Appreciate all the love and support. Hit that comment, like, subscribe. Tell me what you guys think, right or wrong, everything in between.